All right, it says we are live. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our masterclass today. How is everyone doing?
You're doing good, and you?
I'm doing excellent, excellent. So my name is Crystal Richardson, and I am the Red Carpet Empress. I am one of your MCs for today, and I would also like for Alit to introduce himself.
Hi, I'm Alit Kambuli, a co-MC of today also. I'm based in London.
Excellent. And I'm actually based in the United States. I am in the Phoenix, Arizona area. And then we also have the organizer of the event, Mr. Barrington. How are you today?
I'm fine, thanks. And how are you doing?
Excellent, excellent. So everyone just kind of give a wave and a shout out to all of those that may be about to log in. Go ahead and have them join on Facebook to be a part of this event. There'll be comments that you'll be giving and maybe even questions. We'll have people that will be collecting those during the event so that we can ensure that you're able to engage with the speakers. And so with that being said, Barrington, would you like to go ahead and give an overview for today?
Yes. So this is the first ever annual Social Entrepreneurship MasterClass event in Zambia, you know. This is just about like we are trying to give the viewers the concept of introducing them to the concept of social entrepreneurship. Some of them already have social enterprises. We are trying to strengthen their social enterprises, and some of them have got interest in social entrepreneurship, and we're trying to let them know more about social entrepreneurship and what we do in the Hult Prize. So basically, this event has been inspired by Hult Prize Foundation. I remember 2 years ago, I didn't know anything about social entrepreneurship, and I heard about something called the Hult Prize. And then in the Hult Prize, that's where I learned social entrepreneurship. I was a campus director in 2019 at my university in Turkey. Okay, from the start, I just competed in the Hult Prize. Then I was interested to bring the opportunity on my campus, and then I applied to be a campus director for Hult Prize Foundation. Then in 2019, somewhere in December, we did our first festival on campus event at my university, and then from there, I'm now the community builder for Hult Prize Foundation in Zambia, and my team at the Dream Factory and also at Hult Prize Community in Zambia, we thought of introducing the Social Entrepreneurship Masterclass to everyone out there, whether they are in the Hult Prize, whether they are already affiliated to the Hult Prize or not, so that they can get to know more about social entrepreneurship and the Hult Prize itself. So what we do in the Hult Prize is we challenge young people to solve the world's toughest issues by empowering them to make money, do good, and make life better for millions of people through the creation of for good and for profit businesses. As you know, as young people, I come from Zambia, and most like we believe in after you just complete high school, you have to go to university. After the university, and then you have to find a job. But there is that part where we are saying we have to find a job. But if all of us as young people are looking for jobs, who's going to create those jobs? So at the end of it, so we start looking up to the government. We start waiting for the government to create jobs for us, but the government cannot provide all those jobs for us. So what's the solution now? And the solution is social entrepreneurship, because so in social entrepreneurship, what we do is we identify problems that we have in our community and then come up with solutions to those problems using business. So it just sounds something nice whereby you are solving problems and you are making money. And it also sounds like it's a nice thing to do, but there's something big, and the most important part is the impact. So you identify the problems you have in your community using business. So if you are in the university, for example, and every time when you close, you go back home. If you are a social entrepreneur as a young person, like you'll be going there to identify the problems you have in your community, and those who don't know anything about social entrepreneurship will be like, okay, these problems are supposed to be solved by the government, and they'll be just complaining. But as a social entrepreneur, you start seeing those problems as opportunities. You're going to be coming up with solutions to those problems. Like using business, and you'll be making money out of it. And you're not just going to be making money, you are solving the problem. Then you're like that problem, you come up with a business idea or a social enterprise, you create opportunities, you create employment for other people, and you're not just creating opportunities for other people, you're also creating opportunities for yourself. That's why I believe, like, in social entrepreneurship, that's why we believe that it is through creating opportunities for other people that we create opportunities for ourselves and help to develop our communities. So that's the purpose of this masterclass, so that we can get more young people in different universities across the world to know more about social entrepreneurship and get to become social entrepreneurs as well. And they also get to join the Hult Prize, so that they can learn more about social entrepreneurship and compete at for $1 million US seed capital, just like what we do in the Hult Prize Foundation. Thank you so much.
Excellent, excellent. And I think that's just such an awesome thing that, you know, all of the people that are going to be on today, all of the speakers for the masterclass, it's where everyone has a heart for young people. Everyone has a knowledge for business in their various areas and various countries. And being able to bring all of these resources together for this masterclass, I think is just phenomenal. So thank you for that introduction, Barrington. So what I would like to do right now, we have a few minutes left, and if everyone could just maybe give their name and where they are calling in from and zooming in from, I guess, as a speaker. We'll get into further introductions when it's time for your talk, but just go ahead and give your name and where you are located right now. So Alid, I know you already gave your name, but go ahead and do it again. Your name and where you're zooming in from.
Okay, my name is Hult Kambili. I'm zooming in from London, UK, and I'm the co-MC for today.
Excellent. And then Sunita.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sunita. I'm zooming in from Oslo.
Superb. Julius.
Hello, my name is Julius Luaya, and I'm joining from Lusaka.
Superb, superb. Vanan.
Hello, Parmeshwar, and I'm based in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Excellent. And Justina, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'm Justina Motale, and I'm speaking from London in the United Kingdom.
Excellent. And Barrington, where are you joining from?
From Turkey.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we welcome everyone. And if you would like to share the Facebook event, there are a few people that are on saying that they are joining in from, one person is from Turkey and another one is from Zambia, and a few other people that are joining in, but please share the Facebook link so that people can listen in today. This is also being recorded, so that we'll be sharing this on YouTube and some other platforms. So welcome to our masterclass today. And Alid, what do you have for us as far as we are going to be going down the schedule with various panels? Anything you want to say about the schedule for today?
Yes, but before I do that, I think we forgot one person.
Oh, did we?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Okay, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce another person that is on the top row. I went to the bottom. I am so sorry. We have McKevin.
Hello, everyone. McKevin Ayaba is my name. I'm joining from Johannesburg, South Africa.
And we appreciate you joining from Johannesburg, South Africa. I am so sorry.
No, thanks, McKevin, for that. Yes, so for today, we'll soon be going to the first speaker from Hult Foundation, who will give us a talk on how can you create impact with your enterprise. After that, we have the first panel of the day, and the first panel of the day will be looking again the similar theme to looking at how you can be innovative and create impact with your enterprise. Then we have the next panel of the day, and the next panel of the day will be looking at issues to do with funding. We know that a lot of enterprise or young youth that want to do business, one core or always issue that it comes up down from time to time is, how do I get the money? So we'll be looking at that issue. And then we'll end the day by having our guest speaker all the way from the US, And that's it for today. So I'll hand over to Christelle just to maybe introduce the first speaker of the day.
Excellent, excellent. So as we do that, we'll be having the other speakers will be off the screen, so we will be highlighting our speakers each time. And again, I just want to welcome everyone to our masterclass for today. There's a lot of great information and great topics that are planned. Some of them are panel discussions. And so if you have some questions based on the topics that we will be sending you, or if you just have a general question about entrepreneurship or about business or about opportunities, go ahead and put those questions in Facebook in the event, and we'll have someone collecting those questions so that we can ensure that we are able to get to them during the time that's appropriate based on the schedule. All right, so our first speaker, going to go ahead and put this on highlight. One moment. Okay, so our first speaker for today is Vinod, and he is the Vice President in Human Resources and Administration with Lincoln Institute of Land Policy. And he's also a judge and mentor for Hult Prize. He's aligning visions, people, processes, and resources in cross-cultural settings for optimum impact in a mission-driven organization. And he focuses on streamlining processes and maximizing efficiencies. We really appreciate him being on today, and he is our first speaker.
Thank you, Crystal. So welcome everybody. And I wanted to start and just to give you a brief further introduction on myself. I've been involved with the Hult Prize since the early days, and we have been doing it for, this is the 11th year running. And the prize is essentially, we work with lots of students, thousands of students across many different countries who go through country-wide and regional competitions to then come into the accelerator. And then the winner of the accelerator gets $1 million to further take their idea to fruition. And there are a lot of different topics, and every year the focus of the issue is different. One year it's education, one year it's something else. This year, so the following year, next year, it's going to be feeding a lot of people. One year it was employment. The current year it is focusing on the environment, creating technologies and solutions that help solve societal issues. The key piece that is common to all of these things is that we are trying to use a profit-based model to solve societal problems. So it is a much better and more evolved version rather than an organization that does business and profits using a business model and then putting a small percent of it towards causes that are socially beneficial. Here, the critical difference is that by virtue of your existence, the fact that you make $1 in revenue means that you are having impact. And that is what sets this breed of business apart from the other run-of-mill businesses. So not only are you doing good, you're also doing good for yourself and for the world, for society. So it's a win-win-win-win on all fronts. And so that is why it is very inspiring and alluring for me to support the different entrepreneurs in different places, because I have set up programs that have helped hundreds of thousands of people. So I reached a particular stage where I saw that what would be the best use of my time on the planet. And so I found that amplifying other people to be the change makers that they can be so that they can unleash their entrepreneurial energies is the best use of my time. And that is why I spend time on this. So I also want to talk about 3 different things while we start this. And these are all based on my own personal experience. And this is more for aspiring entrepreneurs who are starting to set off on their journeys. And I will explain each one with a live example. So the first thing I would say is focus on why. Why of all the different issues that you could solve in today's world. And believe me, there is a lot, and all of you know that. So You could solve a problem of pollution. You could solve a problem of malnutrition. You could solve a problem of, there are so many different issues. The question is, why do you want to tackle this problem? Typically, the teams and the entrepreneurs that are hugely successful have a very strong why. It is something that hits to the core of who they are, because they need to solve that problem if they have to be doing anything with their time. They would do it irrespective of whether they get paid for it or not paid for it. And those are the people who are more likely to succeed. The other reason why that becomes important is the entrepreneurship journey is fraught with different difficulties, obstacles, people not believing in you, people making fun of you. They're telling you you are stark raving mad. Believe me, I've been there multiple times. I've been told that you are completely nuts. And I'm like, that's okay, that's your opinion. Fine, let's keep rolling. So if you have a strong why, you can then overcome these things. So let me give you a practical example. It also helps you overcome your own flaws and the mistakes that are inevitable in any entrepreneur's journey. So I'll give you an example of a program that I built along with a lot of other fantastic people. And we were in the country of Mali in West Africa. And so we were building a women's savings group. And so we wanted the women to take charge or ownership of the group. So initially, because I had never worked in the country, I had created a written record keeping system. So then we started working with women, and we quickly found that most of them had never had the privilege of going to formal school. Or if they had, it had only been for a couple of years. Now, most people at that point of time told me, okay, this is not going to work. And I'm like, okay, fine, that's your opinion, right? The second thing was, I wanted the women to be in charge because they were entrepreneurial, they were running businesses, and they were super smart. Yes, they had not gone to college or school, and that doesn't matter, because ultimately what matters is what you need and what are the skills you have. So you build on your strengths, not on your weaknesses. So I created an oral record keeping system. So it's essentially a way to manage money through just sight. There is no use of pen and paper, and hundreds of thousands of dollars were being managed by these women later on with no money lost. Why? Because it works for them. And again, I was criticized because it was like, this was never going to work and the money will be lost. There will be large scale fraud. And so the point I'm trying to make is there will always be people who will not believe in you. But if you know what you are doing and if you have the resilience, you can continue to invest in it to grow. The thing that happened was that once we moved from that, the next step was to ensure that the basic building block that you build for anything like this, and we had wanted exponential growth. And by exponential, I mean exponential, like going straight. For that, you have to keep the basic building blocks extremely simple. So we had kept it that way. And we had built in mechanisms so that the groups could innovate around the edges, thereby unleashing the innovative capacity of hundreds of thousands of people, not just us. So we used to call it a dumb center and a smart edges thing. So when you are operating, you keep the center deliberately dumb so that the edges can keep innovating, thereby benefiting from evolutionary principles of how we have all evolved. There are a lot of lessons, cross-pollination from there for entrepreneurs to learn as you grow. The next step was, I wanted these groups or these women from these groups to form the groups themselves. Now, the background to that was the groups had been formed by people who were working for local nonprofits in that country, all of whom had at least gone to high school. A couple had also gone to college, but most of them had gone to high school. And so they were like, no, this is not going to work. Interesting bit, we pushed it further and we made it work. How? We created again something that had not been created. We created picture-based mechanisms so that the women could form these groups on their own through the use of pictures without having to rely on having to read anything, because many of them couldn't read. They had not had the privilege of going to school. Again, the important thing to remember is it was the focus on the why. Why was I doing it? Because it was important for me that the women's strengths, talents, abilities were unleashed. And once we did that, we were able to go. Now, to put an even finer point to it, none of this was a cakewalk. I'll illustrate that. When we try to do the picture-based thing, you are trying to do it using pictures, right? So for most of us who grew up in an urban city, like I grew up in one myself, I was used to reading comics as a kid. So in a comic, you have a speech bubble, right? You have two small lines going like that and a big round oval thing on the top. So, but in the absence of that context, when we were working in the village, when I would show that just on its own with nothing, no text in it, to the women told me that looks to me like the udders of a goat. Think about it. It's like from their context, that's what it looks like. So we said, okay, that's what we are going to call that. The udders of the goat, when it comes up next, signifies a speech bubble. So we have to introduce the vocabulary so as to help transcend those barriers. We didn't give up. So the second part of it was like when you have a thought bubble, you have those three squirrely things and then you have a big bubble at the top. The thought bubble was like, oh, those are clouds in the sky. Great. Okay, so when you see clouds in the sky, it shows that somebody is trying to think about something. And we were able to create that entire training manual similarly, step by step. The local language did not have word for geometric shapes. So, for example, there was no word for the word square. A square is a table. So, but if you say rectangle, there is no word for rectangle. It's a door. It's a physical object. And so it's interesting when you start thinking about this, a lot of things that we take for granted are not as simple. The important thing is be in touch with your customer, always be willing to learn, and then keep iterating. So the next step I would say is you have to be resilient. There are people who won't believe in you. There are things that will happen. You will lose money. There will be other stresses, all of which are part of an entrepreneur's journey. Most people only see you at the end when you succeed. Nobody sees the pain, the blood, the sweat, and the tears, and the ridicule that you have to endure while you are doing it when nobody believes in you. And so that is why I said you have to focus on the why, because if you have a strong why, you will be more resilient. It enables you to dig it deeper into yourself so that you can then be of better service to other people and build your venture and benefit others and yourself. Right? So the first bit was focus on the why. The second bit is be resilient. And the last bit is iterate. Never stop at what you're doing. Whatever the product you have put in, keep iterating, keep making it better. That is how you know that you have a winner. Never spend your time building a lot of things or spending a lot of time, energy, money, cost, because if you are doing that, you're running out of cash flow and ultimately you will get out of the business. So if you want to be successful, the important piece to remember is to that. So what I mean by that, if you saw my example, I went in first with a written system, didn't work, quickly iterate to the next one, which was the oral system. The oral system worked, but you don't stop there. You go to a picture-based mechanism so that they can form the next group. Then we needed something for the animators to be able to train the people using those pictures. So we created something for that. So you keep building on things, but the main important thing to remember, it is all based on something that you are responding to that is a live problem. And you constantly tweak your model based on client feedback. You have to have your ear in the market. So the other example that, or the other principle that I want to illustrate through all of this, for any entrepreneur to be successful, you have to have an iterative loop. So when I said iterate, it's like you go to the market, you check what they are saying, you listen to it well, and then you incorporate that market intelligence back into the next iteration of your product. So you're continuously churning all that intelligence coming in, and the shorter your loop, the more likely you are to be successful. There are a number of organizations that go out of business. Why? Because you are not in touch with the market. You don't have eyes and ears into what your client needs at this point of time, not what they needed 6 months ago. And the more you have, and by that, I don't mean fancy technology or software, because I did that with none of these things. The thing is, you are actually out there with your ultimate end customer, understanding what they need at a very basic level, and then incorporating it into the next version. So again, just to reiterate, 3 things to remember. It's like the FBI. Focus on the why, be resilient, and iterate. I have a few more things, but I'm happy to take some questions. Alid or Crystal, you can guide me on how you want to take it forward.
Yes, yes, yes. Let me change the view here. Excellent. Thank you so much for sharing. I was certainly taking a lot of notes, and hopefully our listeners were too. I'm putting in the comments in Facebook that people are able to ask questions. If you have anything that you would like to ask our speakers, feel free to put the comment in the Facebook event. And whether you're a speaker that's on right now on the screen with us, or whether you are one of the people that are on from various places, there's a number of places that people are already viewing from. So we really appreciate you all being on. Go ahead and share the event, and also let us know if you have any questions. It was a lot of great information. You said focus on the why, be resilient. You talked about unleashing entrepreneurship and unleashing various things. I love that word. And part of it all was too that I really appreciated what you said about I'm just rephrasing it as the don't give up. You know, you said people might think that you're wacky or crazy, but if you have a dream, if you have an idea, and then you have to be the main one that's focused on that, right? So do you have any other insight that you can maybe give us while we're waiting for maybe a few questions during this time related to the fact that there's a number of percentages of people. I think one stat is like there's 92% in this one study, 92% of the people never fulfilled their dreams. Like when people give, what is it called? New Year's resolutions, 92% of the people don't fulfill them. So what insight can you give us to help people to just continue to go on?
So the interesting piece is there was a different study that went similarly, and it said the only causal link that they could find in terms of being able to be a good predictor of entrepreneurial success, the only one, it is not age, it is not education, ethnicity, race, anything. The only indicator is an ambiguous thing called passion. People who are most passionate about their work have always succeeded. Mm-hmm. And that was the only thing they could find. They couldn't find a causal link between anything else. And the reason for that is if you have the passion for the work, it will show. And once it shows, people will sign up with you. I will come and tell you, hey, I have an exciting product for you. It will going to be a life changer. It is going to be a lot of work. We are not going to make a lot of money, but heck, we will change the world. Sign up. Are you likely to sign up? Most probably. But then that's the thing that makes a difference. People sign up because they believe in people. We are humans. We are born with an inborn need to connect with. We are social beings. We want to believe, we have collaborated. That is why humanity has progressed. So people today who are inventing new things or trying to come up with new models of business that will benefit all of us, a profit-making model, you ultimately need. So the way I like to think about it is you have to be a cross between a scientist who has that kind of scientific rigor and an evangelical preacher who has that fire in the eyes. You are like, it's almost like if you touch me, like you will get an electric shock, like zzz. You know, you have to have the combination of that. You have to have the scientific rigor to develop your business model and the craziness of the preacher that I know the truth. So it's a good blend of that, being an entrepreneur.
Right, right. And one of the things that I really think that's important that you said too is always be willing to learn. And you mentioned being resilient too, but always being willing to learn and then always understanding and knowing your why. And a lot of people don't know their why. And I'll give it over to Alid in just one moment. But what can you say to us today to help our young entrepreneurs to discover their why?
So it's a very interesting thing. So I will give you an example. I will not name the team. It happened at the Hult Prize. They had a very good product. And the product was very powerful and they were doing very well, but somehow they were not hitting their range, and they were not one of my teams that I was coaching. But someone told them to talk to me, and so then we had this conversation, and they made the presentation, and all this is fine, but tell me why you're doing it. And they were like, well, it is going to help a lot of people, it is profitable. I'm like, that's not the thing. Like, why are you focused on this problem in your country? Because I know your country well, I've been there many times. There are 20,000 other issues. Why are you focused on this? So then this gentleman comes up with the most amazing story that I've heard. It was deeply personal. One of his family members had died, and he didn't want to see that happen again, because of which, and I'm like, oh my God, that's the reason why. And it just completely took them to a whole different level. Why? Because they were not using that in their pitch at all. They had focused on the business, and I'm like, but the important thing is, how do I know as an investor that you are going to be resilient when there are problems? You will solve the problem because you do not want to see another relative die. You are very clear on that. And so that is why I will be willing to bet my money on you. But you need to share that and bring people into your story. So the next step of being an entrepreneur is you have to be willing to be vulnerable. Like, I have to be willing to tell you that I made a mistake and it messed up, but I learned from it. And then I moved on to something better. The willingness to say that I am not perfect, however, I'm willing to learn, is a crucial part of the entrepreneurial journey. I mean, you ultimately have to make a sales pitch on different things, but you also have to be honest with yourself about where it is that either your product or service is not coming up to the mark as needed by the market.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's something that's very, very extremely important, because a lot of times in business and whether it's on LinkedIn or Facebook or wherever, people put on their best face. They put on the best things about their company, as opposed to, no, I started 5 businesses as an example, and they all failed, but I learned from those, and I was able to put that information into what I'm doing now. And I'm real excited about this new endeavor, and this is why. So being able to have that vulnerability, I think is key. Do you have anything, Alit?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up, Vinod. One thing that you pointed out was the fact that in whatever you were doing, you had that ability to move up. So my question is, for the youth out there, are there tools or signs that you can share with them that would make one think like, whoa, I think I've been here too long, I need to move up?
So the most important thing to remember is the best way to do that is to figure out, like, are you truly excited about doing what you're doing? So I'll give you a classic example. I used to do crazy amount of hours when we were out in the field doing this, and people would be like, why is it that you don't get tired? We have been doing this like 14 days straight. No Saturday, no Sunday. And I'm like, because I have a very strong why. I actually believe in this. I would not be doing anything else apart from this at this point of time. The other thing I would say is being honest with yourself in a different way. So this is a question that was given to me as a gift by someone that I am passing it on to the young people out there. Someone once asked me, what is the best use of your time on this planet? Not an okay use, not a good use. What is the best use of your time on this planet? Not in this job, not in this institution, not in this industry, sector, country. What is the best thing that if you do it, humanity as a whole is benefited? And it's very important to ask that, because each of us can do 20 different things. Some of us have to do certain things just to pay the bills, a mortgage. All of us have lives. However, if you want to be truly satisfied with what you are doing and shine and thrive and flourish, you have to identify that one thing that you should be doing with your time on the planet. And that is how I have moved from one thing to another. Is that the best possible use of my time? And I typically push myself in the direction where, like, typically I don't do the same thing ever. I do it and then I give it to somebody else to continue, because I get my energy from building new things. So once I have built it, I pass it on to somebody who gets more pleasure from maintaining things. So I have to find complementary skill sets, people who like to maintain things, but who might not get as much energy from building things. So part of it is understanding your own strengths and weakness and pairing yourself up with people who will offset those so that together all of us can move up.
That's a good one there you brought. I think something that we'll look at later on in the day. I think the issue here is having that trust that you can actually give something that you have started to somebody else to continue. I think for most youth, they tend to look at that as competition. Well, I have this. If I give it to someone else, maybe I'll lose. So it's a good point that you are bringing out there. I think it's more something that we need to look at and encourage people to actually collaborate and work with others and maybe share the different skills that they have.
Essentially, building an enterprise is a vote of faith in time, in the future. It's like building a plant. Like, I'm not going to be eating the fruits, but we are all here because somebody planted fruit trees long back. We are benefiting from that, right? So we have a moral obligation to pay it forward. What are we doing today with our time so that we can tell the next generation, hey, I did the best I could? Not I did an okay job, or meh, I would rather not talk about it. It's like, did you do the best? And then if it didn't work, it didn't work. I mean, you know, it's life. There are 20,000 things that could go wrong with any venture.
Yeah, that's so true, so true. And we did have a question come in for you related to COVID-19. So there's a lot of people that are struggling, and for our young people to still just have where they can pour into their dreams, you know, even during this time that we're in. Is there anything that you can give us related to that?
So again, what I would say, one of the biggest things to do is to find somebody whom you can help. And there is already a lot of science into this, but I won't go into the science. I will go into the human aspect of it, because every person here, including me, all of us, have the ability to we both know people who are worse off than us, and we have the ability to help them. And by helping them, I don't mean money. There are people whom I have talked like this, people who have lost jobs, people who are on the verge of losing jobs, people who are struggling with divorces, all kinds of things. The question is, how do you find in yourself the capaciousness to actually help someone else, which then actually puts you in a better space too. There is a beautiful saying, I forget, it was a famous author, poet, who said, isn't it one of the most wonderful compensations of life that no person can sincerely help another without being enriched in the bargain? We all benefit by helping each other. So find people who need help. It might just be a pat on the back. It might just be a patient listening. They probably just want somebody to vent so that they have put their heart out. Now they feel lighter. They can move forward more powerfully into the future. So for me, I would say find other people that you can help, that you know can use your help. And sometimes it's just sitting with them, even if you're not talking with them. Maybe it's an old relative you know who just needs some company. You don't need to talk, because with COVID, that might transmit stuff. You are just there and you just sit with them and they like it. So.
Yeah, and I think a big part of entrepreneurship is relationship, right? And so that's part of what you're saying. So if you're struggling, I'm sure, you know, there's other people that are struggling too. A lot of us are struggling, you know, right now in various ways, not all in the same way. So having where you just maybe even do more to cultivate relationships, I think is what you're saying too.
And that can come, wisdom can come from any direction. So yesterday, for example, I was talking to my teenage son, and he was asking me what I was going to do today. And so I told him, like, there's this online forum that is happening. And so he was like, what are you going to talk about? So I said, I'm going to be talking about social enterprise. So he was thinking, and then I asked him, like, well, do you have any suggestions for me? And so he said, well, I am doing a lot of Zoom classes. The one that are most interesting are when the teachers are actually interesting. And so it was a useful reminder for me to keep this engaging. So I can look at it in one way and be like, oh, what do you know? You have not built any business, but there are always things to learn from someone. The more curious you are, the more you engage with people, you can learn things from everyone around you. And, you know, take advantage of the opportunity and be grateful for it. It goes both ways. So.
Excellent. I just want to give a shout out to the folks that are watching on Facebook and those who will be watching on other platforms as we are recording this masterclass today, and it will be shared on a number of other platforms. But for those of you who are watching today, we would just like to thank you all, Jonathan, Felix, and Havana, Hassan, and there's Vincent. I'm trying to just get through these names, and Oscar and Bruce, and there's Arturo, author. There's a number of people from various countries that are watching, and all across Zambia, there continues to be people that are sharing. So please let us know where you are joining us from. We would love to give you a shout out. And if you have any questions for our speakers, whether it's right now or if you think of one later, this is Vinod. So if you'd like to ask him a question, even if he's still not on the screen, we can make sure that we get the question to him. We have a number of panels that are coming up later on today. We still are on with him for a few more minutes here. So if you do have a question for him, we would love for you to ask it. And this is talking about entrepreneurship. We're here to give you encouragement. We're here to talk about how you can gain more opportunities, how you can monetize what is inside your brain related to innovation. And there's a lot of people that need a lot of things, and there's a lot of businesses already out there. All of these speakers have where they have had some type of success in various areas of business and in life, and are here to open up to you and to give you just thoughts like what was said earlier. We have to be able to show our vulnerability. So I'm extremely happy to be co-hosting this today. My name is Crystal Richardson, and I'm the Red Carpet Empress, and I'm also one of the ambassadors for World Civility. So I am actually the World Civility Ambassador for Innovation. So this is extremely exciting to be on with all of you all today. And Ali, do you want to just go ahead and introduce yourself one more time, and then we'll take some more questions for Vinod.
Sure. My name is Alid Kambiri. I'm based in the UK, and been working with Barrington. I think he's busy in the background right now, trying to push numbers to join us. And yes, as Christel was saying, it's nice to be part of this journey or program to do with entrepreneurship. And it was so much interesting to hear what Vinod was talking about. And I'm still trying to play around with those three things that you said. Yeah. So hopefully our viewers, if they have missed it or they're still with us, they'll still go back and watch that. Well, what a great speech was that was.
Excellent, excellent. So we have some people on from a number of areas across Africa. As I mentioned, there's someone that is just watching now from Hawaii, and again, more people from Zambia. And we're already being asked, Barrington and Ali, to have more of these types of programs. Please make more. Please make more. This is great.
This is not the end. This is just the start. So there are more coming out there. Watch out.
So we had a great kickoff with you. And so what I want to do is have you said you had a few more nuggets, and you actually have a few more minutes. So I'm just going to give you the screen here if there's a few more things you want to discuss in the next 5 minutes or so.
Just give you 1 second.
Okay.
So the most important piece, like I said, and I started building on this early on, was, like I had said, involve yourself with people who have complementary skill sets. And I was telling you where I find my energy in terms of building things. And so I pair myself up with people who get more pleasure out of maintaining things. So there is a term that we use in the Hult Prize. It is called gather a tribe. And what that means is you get people who believe in your idea. It could be a mentor. It could be somebody who provides you access to financial resources. It could be a coworker. It could be a peer. It could be a relative who is just giving you emotional support. So but make sure you gather that tribe, because the journey is too difficult to do it alone. And it is too valuable. So that is why you gather people around you who will help work with you and amplify you so that you are able to all collectively move up. So I'm a big believer in collective growth, in group-based mechanisms so that all of us move up. So but it is important that you gather your tribe carefully and thoughtfully, using a lot of reflection. Because the more that group is formed with bonds of trust, so there is a saying which says, an organization moves forward at the speed of trust. The more there is trust in your group, the faster you will go and the higher you will grow. And that can only be possible if you have brought the right people into your tribe. And by that, it's not blood relations. It's people who essentially believe in your vision and your idea as an entrepreneur. And more importantly, who are willing to challenge you when you're going down the wrong path. It's not people who will be politically correct and be like, oh, it's okay, great. No, they have to be willing to tell you, I believe in you. However, this idea is bullshit. They need to be able to tell you that. And you need to be able to respect that and think about how to incorporate that feedback into your next iteration. And so for me, that is an important part of the entrepreneurial journey where you need that tribe. So I would always tell to any entrepreneur, start gathering your tribe. It's never too late. And typically there is a lot of data that shows that it is with the third enterprise that an entrepreneur really makes it big. So when somebody tells me I failed at one, and I'm like, okay, you're like one step closer to your most successful one. It is actually a plus in my books if you have failed at something, because one, you know how much it hurts. Two, you will have developed some coping mechanisms to be resilient, which is my second point about being resilient. And so I always remind them that you have to keep iterating. Your first one failed, great. Be resilient, iterate. And remember the focus on the why. Why are you doing this? If you have the strong why, you keep rolling further. I also wanted to take this opportunity to say a loud thank you to all of you to helping me share my journey so that it can help potentially aid other entrepreneurs as they embark on their journey. So very grateful for that, and also happy to help any entrepreneur who has struggling with any issues. I've had the fortune and privilege of working in many countries across Africa, Latin America, and Asia. So please let me know. Happy to help you out.
Excellent. And how can people get a hold of you?
LinkedIn is the easiest way.
LinkedIn. Okay. All right. Excellent. So we really appreciate you being on today, and gathering your tribe is so key. So key. You need to have that support, and your tribe is actually at various levels, and you touched on that as well. So it could be coaches, it could be mentors, it could be peers, it could be people that you're trying to help as well. So we need to make sure that we're looking at it from just a holistic perspective. It's not just people that you may want to do business with, as your tribe, or people that you're just trying to serve. Your tribe should encompass, and in my opinion as well, the whole 360 spectrum. Ali, do you have? You're on mute.
A popular way these days. Huh? No, I was just trying to say that I was just checking here if there's any questions. I think we still none at the moment.
Yeah, there's people giving comments about what's being said, but they're not necessarily asking additional questions, but they're really enjoying and not just enjoying, but being enlightened by what you've shared with us today. So thank you for sharing. And are you going to be on later as well?
I can be. I am also curious to learn from the other panelists and their journeys. It would be enlightening to see what they have done and what nuggets I can glean from them, because it's a bi-directional process. So like I said, always be learning. So
yeah, and I was just trying to look up here. Let me go ahead and put everyone on the screen that we have today. And just thank all of you all for being on. These are some of our speakers. We have a number of other ones that will be coming on today. And does any of our speakers have anything that they would like to add, just as maybe not necessarily a question, but a comment related to our initial presentation? Any comments? Looks like someone's trying to get off of mute. There we go.
Hey, that was great, Vinod. In fact, it's quite heartening to hear, some of my beliefs are also echoed by somebody like you. Gathering the tribe, finding the right support, and especially finding your own self in terms of what clicks for me, what gets my energy moving, and then surround yourself by complementing skill sets, and talent actually helps a lot, and that has helped me personally as well. While I'm actually setting up, it not just works in, say, for example, a startup energy. I know my experience is primarily corporate, and it works there as well. When I always have found joy and success when I have found the right team to work with. So that resonates quite well. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you for that comment. Do we have any other comments?
Yeah, just to add, Vinod, to be honest, when you're speaking, I just see, I see myself, and I see so many also have gone through a lot to have built what they've built. I think I really have much to share when we get to the panel, but just to say thumbs up. I mean, having people like you, listening to the journey, to how long you've invested in something like this. It's really mean a lot to some of the young ones that don't see the importance of impact with the value money. But just to add what you said earlier on, and just for me to a few lines, I keep saying it all the time. You know what? If you've been chasing money, then you've been doing it all wrong. If you want money, it isn't money you shouldn't be looking for. You should be looking for problems, and that's who we are as social entrepreneurs. We look for problems. This goes down to innovations as well. And I always say, and the most important solution for all these problems, once you found that solution, then you can then make a business around it. That's the whole purpose of social entrepreneurship. Find the problem, look at it, chase the problem, and look for solution to that problem. And money would definitely follow. And that's why a lot of people don't give up. People who are social entrepreneurs don't give up because that problem really pain them, and they didn't go to solve it because they are looking because money they were being driven by money. Many people that have been driven by money before they start anything have failed. I will tell you 99.99% of everyone who started a social enterprise because they are looking for money, they fail. I think I have quite a lot of my colleagues that are on here that have worked with them, that you've seen quite a lot of what we go through every single day. Just like you said, you asked a question. They asked you, how come you've been working for 14 days? I think if you follow me on Facebook, you will see I made a post just the other day that the last 48 hours, I haven't slept. I saw the question, but how do you do it? But because the passion, the drive, the zeal to want to see this happen, to want to make a difference, to want to make an impact. And the point is not just in your life, but the other people that will be coming right behind you, and they will sorely face these challenges. So you've stood the test of time, and there are very few people who stand the test of time when it comes to entrepreneurship, but more specifically social entrepreneurship. I think that would be maybe another conversation to just have in our next chat that will be part of the panel going forward. But I really thank you. I think behalf of all of those that I've worked with, those who know how we think, the things that we go through every single day in our life to make a difference in people's life, you are really one of those examples. And thank you, and thank and Hult Prize for having you, but and for having you speak to us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate all of the knowledge that you shared with us today. And we will be going on with our panel next. But I just want to really thank you. You've gotten a lot of great comments. People are just really engaged and enthused already. So thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. Honored to be here.
Thank you. All right, sir. So it's time for our panel. And this is our first panel. We have 2 different panels. This one will be an hour and the next one will be an hour. And we're talking about how you can grow and build your business. And what else do you want to say about our panel today?
Yeah, I think we have a mixed panel. We have one from the UK, we have one from Zambia, we have one from South Africa, we have one from Norway. So yeah, expecting to get different views and views that will make one grow for sure.
Excellent. So if you want to go ahead and start with some of the introductions, I will start bringing people on that are a part of our first panel.
Sure. So we have Mara from Zambia. I think what I'll do, Mara, is basically just to give you that time. Introduce yourself. What do you do?
Hello, good afternoon, good morning. Time difference, I have to acknowledge that. How's everyone doing? I'm super excited to be part of this event, part of this panel, having worked with the Hult Prize the last 2 years with ICU College and now with Barry and his team. I'm super excited to also see the growth of the Hult Prize here in Zambia. So I run an organization called Jacaranda Hub, which is an ecosystem building program. We are basically working with startups, developing startups from idea to right up to commercialization, creating linkages to financing, getting them ready for investment. But the bigger part of the work that we do is something like Kevin said, is basically identifying problems and creating solutions. So we are, would like to call ourselves a champion for promoting the UN SDGs. And since inception, we were founded on Goal 17, which is basically fostering partnerships and collaborations for the common good of establishing solutions and also impacting people's lives. So social enterprise or social entrepreneurship for me is I'm very, very passionate. It's something that is really, really close to my heart because I think in addition to what Kevin said, where there are problems, but also I say where there are people, there's a need, there are problems, there are issues that need to be addressed. So look for people and there you will find a need that needs to be addressed and a problem that needs to be solved. So we are people-centric, we're looking for problems, we're looking for ideas that can resolve some of those problems, and we're looking to build our economy one person at a time with strong partnerships with government and you know, ensuring that policies are enhanced for better development, efficiency, and you know, innovation. So I'm super excited to join such a powerful panel. I'm looking forward to this.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. I'll go to Egypt. Omar.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for having me, and good evening, good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you are. My name is Omar Ghanem. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ulite, which is a social enterprise that provides human-powered energy solutions for off-grid communities, which is something that's very common that we know of a lot in Africa. And the inception of Ulite actually came about through the Hult Prize. And that's kind of how I know Barrington and also how I know Vinod, for example. It's been a very interesting journey over the past 2 years, I would say, but we kind of went from being an idea and a university project to an actual social enterprise with pre-orders and customers and a brand. Like it's just the entrepreneurial journey wasn't something that we had planned out, but it kind of fell onto us, and then it became kind of a responsibility because our mission continues to be empowering every single person in Africa and beyond Africa that does not have access to reliable electricity to have their own source of reliable electricity. So yeah, that's kind of just a brief overview of my experience, and I'm really excited to get to know each and every single one of you in the panel today, and obviously to answer all the questions that come through.
Thank you very much, Omar. I'll go back. I'm back in the UK now. Dr. Justina Mutale.
Sorry about that. I was on mute. Hi, Ali. It's good to see you once again. Hi, Christelle and everybody on here. I am absolutely delighted to be part of this panel. I work with Barrington and the Hult Prize. I've been one of the judges, and also we are the official partners in Zambia with the Hult Prize campus events. I am also, in 2012, I was honored with a very prestigious title as African Woman of the Year. And being from Africa, we strongly believe in the African philosophy of Ubuntu, which tells us that I am a person because you are a person, and the suffering of others is our own suffering. And I think that's a great springboard for social entrepreneurship, because when you are armed with the philosophy of Ubuntu, you go into the world to try and solve people's problems, even though you will make profit. So you go into it with the attitude of people, planet, and profit. When you think of the business you're going to do, how will it impact on the people? How will it impact on the planet? And what kind of profit can I be able to make from that? So you also have to have the passion, a totally unshakable passion in the things that you are doing. If you're going to resolve a problem, make sure it's a problem that keeps you awake at night. And also it's a problem that puts a smile on your face when you're working on it. It's a problem that you do not look at the rewards, but you look at resolving that problem, and the rewards will come later, as Vinod had said. So that is what we think about. And from my, also on a religious path with social entrepreneurship, there's a quote in the Bible: whatever you do unto the least of my brothers, that you do unto me. So while you're making money, I believe in doing well, doing good while somebody is doing well. In a world that is so besieged with natural disasters and man-made catastrophes, I just believe that those that are well-to-do should be able to look after those that are not well-to-do. And in doing that, when you're thinking of a business to do, you go into the business to try and resolve an issue that is impacting perhaps negatively onto humanity, or one that will enhance humanity's living. My organizations, the Justina Mutale Foundations and Positive Runway, are based on all those values that I've just spoken about. With Positive Runway, we are a worldwide HIV/AIDS response campaign trying to help the world secure an AIDS-free world and an AIDS-free generation. But in doing that, there are also other avenues in which we make money while trying to sustain human life through preventing the spread of HIV and AIDS into the next generation. And with the Justina Mutale Foundation, we work on trying to help the world secure gender equality and the empowerment of women. I believe very strongly, and it has been, this has been confirmed actually, because even with the Millennium Development Goals, at the core of that, we had the achievement of gender equality and empowerment of women and girls, which has also come into the Sustainable Development Goals. And if you look closely, you will see that gender cuts across all the 17 goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. That means that if the world cannot empower women, then we are not making headways in the advancement of humanity. And it has a lot of studies have shown that when women have money, they use it constructively to improve their families and their own communities. A child born of a rich woman will automatically live an affluent life. A child born of an educated woman will automatically get a good education. And this cannot be said from children born of rich men. It depends on who the mother is. For example, if a rich man had a child out of wedlock or on the sideline, sometimes that child does not benefit in the richness of the father. And sometimes the father doesn't know whether that child does go to school. So as far as I am concerned, in trying to do on the list of my brothers and doing it unto me, we have to empower women. So my organization does provides entrepreneurship and leadership programs for young women and girls in order to get women, to provide women with economic empowerment. And this is one of the goals in the in the Sustainable Development Goals. The rest of the stuff, I think we can speak as we go along. While I'm not saying that we cannot focus on the men, I'm just re-emphasizing that my fight is on women. As Vinod said, make sure that you have a passion and you choose your niche. And for me, my niche is for gender equality. And I believe that if we can empower women, then we are empowering humanity. If we can empower women, the world will be assured of progress for all and for human prosperity in the years to come.
Thank you very much, Dr. Justina. I was hoping you're going to say, since today is International Men's Day, I was hoping you're going to wish us men's good wishes.
International Men's Day was yesterday, and I did wish the men good wishes. I praised them on what they could. I had a lot of organizations around the world asking me to do a video and say a few good things about men. Of course, I do love men. We couldn't have.
No, I know you do that. Okay, we'll go to Norway. Smitha.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sunita. I'm an Indian, but I live in Oslo. So I come from a corporate background. However, I've been associated with the startup scene here in Oslo, especially on impact startups since 2016. The reason there being like with 20 years in corporate dealing with top lines and bottom lines, you know, the same question that Vinod asked, like the purpose of what you're going to do comes into play, you know, that kind of plays in your mind. So that's when doing good while earning money, or how Justina said, like, you know, that came into, into my head. And one thing started something else, and I was connected with Hult Prize through one of my colleagues and good friends, and that's how I came to know Barrington, and that's how I'm here. So my specialization, or what I can actually bring to the table here, is like, you know, how to use a technology that is available today, especially free, to actually propel your dreams. Because one is, of course, finding passion, finding a purpose in what you do, but then the other key aspect is how do you want to do it as well? How do you find your tribe, say, for example? In today's world, which is bizarre, technology has, you need to have technology as your surfing board, so that you can actually cut across most of the difficulties that we face today. And that's where maybe I should be able to throw in a few tips and handy ideas which can help you, hopefully.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, McKevin.
The forgotten one.
No, you're not the forgotten one.
Hello, everyone. Judges, our respectful speaker, Vinod, those that are watching us, listening and commenting, we thank you for being here. I'm really honored. I'm really extremely honored to be part of this panel. And I already see a few people that I've worked with before. I can see, and I still work with them. Mara, she's my bosom friend. You know, we come a very long way. We walked through this journey through thick and thin, and it's just an honor to sit on the same panel with her. We have Julius again, my friend, who is championing the Zambia as well. To really introduce myself, I think it would come from a very long journey. And every single time I talk about social entrepreneurship, I talk with a lot of emotion. I look at where I come from the grandmother that raised me, may her soul rest in peace, who made me to understand the importance and value of making an impact and making a difference in people's life. My journey started quite a long time ago. I think in 2012, I found it because of my passion to make a difference in people's life or an impact. I founded an orphanage back at home, 7 kids, 2012. Today we have 36 children. you know, in our orphanage, where we give them home, shelter, and educate them. And in 2015, because that passion keep driving, I was part of a festival called Festival of Ideas, which took place at the Gordon Institute of Business Science in Johannesburg. They were looking for the best ideas that can change the society, just like Vinod said. 140 participants, 5 winners, just to cut a long story short, and I was one of those winners for that festival. And I think a lot of things changed there in 2018. I was awarded ambassador, the World Global Ambassador for the work that I do with the orphanage and the impact across Cameroon and here in South Africa. In 2019, I was named top 500 African dwarfs, and in 2020, I was appointed the World Business Angel Investment Forum for South Africa for the work that I do in innovation, entrepreneurship, and getting our startups to, you know, to see the end of the tunnel. My name is Kevin Ayaba. I'm the CEO of Set Up a Startup. We are about catalyzing entrepreneurship and innovation across the continent. We believe that we are that champion. You know, we call ourselves the ecosystem Buddhas, knowing that without us, we do not have any entrepreneurs. Our passion is we focus on building entrepreneurs. We focus on giving them the resources that they need, you know, to, just like Mara said, to start and scale their businesses. We make sure that we connect them to the key investors. We are fortunate to have partnered with global investment firms across the continent and globally. In 2017, just to bring you back, I brought in the Global Startup Award to Africa, where we founded the first ever startup award across the region, which was Southern Africa region. We hosted 2018, 2019. We've worked across 6,500 startups. I've been sitting on a lot of panels. You know, I've spoken to over, I've lost count of how many panels and how many events I've been speaking. I'm a mentor, I'm a judge, I'm a startup scout, I'm a consultant. But today, I don't think it's really about me. Today, it's just about sharing what I've learned over the years with those that have are looking at, you know, changing lives or making an impact. My journey hasn't been different from all those that Vinod and the rest have gone through. We continue to make sure that we put in our entrepreneurs first, because without entrepreneurs, we don't have the kind of Africa that we're going to have. If we listen to Barrington opening speech, he made it clear that we can't keep waiting on our government. They are doing their bit, you know. The government are doing their part. If we look at it, I mean, and in April of 2020, the World Bank said Africa, for the very first time in 25 years, you know, is going to go through a recession. Again, it means that the only people that can revive, the government did everything that they could, you know, they tried their best to make sure that they can support entrepreneurs, but it all starts with us. And I guess where our companies set up a startup, it's a movement. You know, we are a movement to say, just start, you know, set up a startup, set up something, and we are behind you. And today we're going to be sharing that journey and how we can help people to actually generate ideas, you know, and then solve societal problems that they see every single day, because a lot of people get scared. They don't understand how they can do this. And I think that's one of the things that's where ecosystem Buddhas then fall in place. You know, hold their hands, guide them, connect them with the right people. But again, I think we're not taking much of the time. I will still be having a more conversation during our panel. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I think I'll start the ball rolling by just asking a question. I know we are all passionate about social entrepreneurs, but I would ask that maybe you be as short as you can in answering that. So I'll start with maybe Mara. The world is on standstill right now, I think, because of COVID. Is this the right time to start a business?
So I'll sort of come in with a different perspective. I think the world is not at a standstill. The world has been made to realize what the major gaps are. So it's an awakening moment for us to accelerate some of the activities and the programs, and also to not be complacent. I think to a greater extent, humanity had become so complacent. We stopped caring for the environment and the whole aspect of just, filling up the spaces and going everywhere without acknowledging the fact that we are constantly at risk of something, a disease breaking out, such as the COVID. So I think what the COVID has done, especially for a social entrepreneur like me, has been able to highlight the complacency in education. That is one of the industries that has been heavily impacted by the world, having to close down. A lot of children already are disadvantaged and, disqualified when it comes to access to quality education. So with COVID, it basically exposed some of the areas that the governments have not done a lot of work, some of the areas that civil society organizations are saying are doing work, but we're not doing enough to close that gap, that quality of education gap. Another thing for me has been the opportunities that surround us. I'll give an example. Just earlier today, I was doing a training with AfriLabs, the AfriLabs network, and we're talking about creating virtual enterprise programs. And so we have quite a number of opportunities, but there's the rapid need for human interaction and connecting and moving from one place to another. Who's taking care of the earth and when we talk about the carbon dioxide with all the engines and the vehicles that are moving, who's taking care of the bad air that is being produced from all the vehicles that are on the roads? So the ability to create or continue running businesses on virtual platforms has presented an opportunity for most of the startups that we work with to actually consider moving their programs, not putting a stop to their programs, but moving them onto virtual platforms. But I think the other thing as well that for me has been highlighted is the need for family units to sort of stop for a second and care for one another. I think we're all busy and going around like machines and forgot about, some of one thing that Dr. Mtale had mentioned, the aspect of Ubuntu. I've seen more people now caring for one another and stopping and becoming social human beings that care for not just the one or the self, but also looking out for the next person. And then the other thing is, a lot of people have lost jobs, Alid. A lot of companies have shut down. This is a great opportunity for anyone who's in the entrepreneurial space to step up, to act now, to set up their startup and basically start impacting and innovating and disrupting. So I think this is a very good opportunity for anyone who's entrepreneurial, anyone who's thinking of leaving their day job and becoming a startup or becoming an entrepreneur. The time is now. The needs are many. I think one of the things also that COVID has done, it has brought about opportunities for business. There's a lot of needs. Not even e-commerce businesses are thriving during this period. So what is around you? Who is looking for something? How can you disrupt in that area? How can you start a business now? So this is an absolutely perfect time to start.
Thank you very much. Omar, could you add to that question? Any comments on the term? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'd echo exactly what was mentioned earlier, because I think now is a very unique time in the sense that, yes, we're all locked in certain areas of the world, and yes, things are harder to get by, and yes, there are so many more challenges that we weren't accustomed to before. But there are also opportunities that we didn't have before. There's more willingness to, take up certain technologies. There's more willingness to explore things remotely. There's more willingness and openness to change certain behaviors because we're forced to change certain behaviors. So I think it really depends on how you take a look at it. You could totally just see the glass half empty and say, oh, this is a terrible time, and it's not the right time. I'm gonna wait until this COVID thing goes away. And a lot of people did that. A lot of people said, it'll probably be a few months, so let me just wait, pause all my plans, and then come back to it later. But then we've come to realize that, no one knows how long this will last. No one knows when the next thing might happen if, God forbid, anything else happens. So if you look at the glass half full, make the most out of these new opportunities, these new avenues for you to start new ventures and look at your business model in a certain way. Look at how you can streamline your processes so that there aren't too many touch points where you might have issues and so on and so forth. So definitely, I would say it's more than a perfect time to get started.
Maybe I could connect what you have just said, that we have this perfect time that we have and opportunities are there. But Samantha, you talked about innovation. What kind of innovation can the youth or those who want to go into the enterprise world, what is best right now? What should they use or take advantage of?
In terms of technology, see, we've been talking about digitalization for like almost now 8-10 years now in the IT industry. So the tools are already there. The what do you call, the technology is already there, mature. And as Omar correctly put, now people are open to actually looking at using digital technology. The way, like, say, for example, Zoom itself has actually exploded during the pandemic is a good example. So and so collaboration tools, as we call it. So Zoom is one of the collaboration tools that you can actually talk about. If you want to actually lift your business into the virtual world, like countries like India and like the continents like Africa, like you can actually see, the businesses and people leapfrogging into technology quite fast than a developed and an established country like, say, for example, I live in Norway. The simplest thing, I don't know, in Kenya, I don't know what is the other versions in Zambia, but Kenya has M-Pesa, which is a mobile money. And then India has the PhonePe, PayPal. I mean, the PayPal versions, but then these are much more user-friendly, much more easier, much more commerce-friendly to talk with. So you can actually, if you look at establishing a business, you need means of actually connecting to your customers. So that today you can do remotely. Setting up a website is as easy as it can be as of today. Say, for example, if you want to create a simple mobile app to reach out to people, even if it is just through SMSs and text, it's possible. Africa has shown it to the rest of the world it is possible. There are three things that you will do for a business. You need to reach out to your customer. You need to be able to reach your product to your customer. And then the customer should be able to pay it back to you. So all of these things can be, it's quite easily set up, and it can be connected. And you don't have to be a technology or an IT expert to do this in today's world. That's how easy it is to set up. It depends on which part of the world you're coming from. There are different options that are available, and with the access to internet as we look at it today worldwide, it's quite easy to actually acquire small short skills in terms of understanding the components that you need. And these are coming out as, like, say, for example, free tutorials from, say, for example, Google, or if you actually even look at if you want to look at kind of how do you actually set up a simple invoicing mechanism. I see quite interesting tools coming out of Africa rather than actually developed countries like Europe or US. And I am sitting in Norway. I'm actually trying to use it to actually establish in Norway, because it's more cheaper, it's more user friendly, and it's quite fast. So that's quite mind-boggling when I tell to people here in Norway that, no, I'm actually using something that is created in Africa. So but the one thing that I would like to tell everybody is, like, don't be scared of technology. It is not rocket science. And as of in today's world, 95% of it is free for you, that is available online. Especially when you want to start small. Even big companies like Google and Amazon Web Services, they provide you free for either 1 year or 2 years for all your technology needs. Whether you want to host a website, you want to actually make e-commerce interactions, you want to actually have marketing campaigns digitally, all of this is free. So make use of it. Don't be scared with technology. And then say, for example, if you don't know how to do it, even if that happens, you can actually secure these services for as cheap as $5. So there are websites, one of them that I use, where I actually get services from Africa again, Africa and Pakistan and India, Bangladesh, Philippines, these kind of countries. Like, there is something called as Fiverr.com. I mean, I don't want to name anything specifically, but then there are websites where people are actually providing services. So if you actually say that you want to actually hire somebody to set up e-commerce portal for you, where you actually your customer can pay you, and then you can get it into your account. The money for the product that you sell it can be established not in months but in days. Mm-hmm. And somebody can establish it for you for as cheap as $5 to $12.
Yeah, and Sunita, one thing I want to say on that is that we have a number of questions that are coming in on Facebook and some of the other platforms. So thank you guys for interacting. One question was in relation specifically to Zambia and other places like that, where there's limited technology. So you've mentioned a number of free things that people can do, as well as support.
Correct.
Yeah, there's other platforms like the one that you mentioned, Fiverr, and there's many others. So when there's limited technology and we're saying, we're trying to help people to be entrepreneurs, sometimes, like you said, people are not necessarily afraid, they just don't know how. So you've named off some things, but do you have resources? Maybe there's some tutorials that they can get as well, not just—
Yes. Say, for example, if you want to actually set up a marketing campaign using Google, that means you actually create a website, and then you need to know how to make sure that your business pops up whenever somebody searches anything related to that in Google. Google actually provides free tutorials online where you can actually go learn yourself and tweak your website to actually be able to come up on the search. Mm-hmm. These kind of things are available online. Google is one of the biggest coaches that you can actually find, because Google themselves are actually providing these tutorials, and they are completely free. I can actually put out the links if anybody wants it, where they can actually find, this is how you can actually do your digital marketing. This is how you can actually source or search and make sure that you identify your right, what you call raw material vendors for making your product, say, for example, globally.
Yeah, some of the comments are that, this is really great for young entrepreneurs, and there's a lot of information that's being given. And so it's also where people will have to have with Barrington, where we put up information for people to be able to get in touch with you all, as well as whatever resources we're talking about. Yes, there are educational resources to help you with your skills and knowledge. That was one of the questions that was asked, through Hult Prize. So we'll need to that we do give, the rest of that contact information, but thank you for going into that a little bit further. Ali, who do we have next?
Well, I just wanted to the next question will go to, not the last one, McKevin. Now, you're not the last one. You're not forgotten. From what others have just said, I could see that when you are actually in the social ecosystem, there's need for you to collaborate. So is it collaboration or competition?
Ali, thank you, and thanks to my previous panelists. Listen, the reason why we aren't really getting the best out of our ecosystem is because of this question that you just asked, where people think that by partnering or collaboration or collaborating is competing against one another, and that is the wrong mindset. That's why our ecosystem is not really um, going to grow, but that is something that we have taken as a mission, as set up a startup to pursue, to make sure that these are things that really happen. That's why entrepreneurs are facing a lot of challenges with resources. One of our programs that we launched is scheduled for September next year is what we call the Africa Startup Ecosystem Builder Summit. What does it do? I remember in my introduction, I said that ecosystem builders are the key to entrepreneurship. They are the one holding the foundation of every or the life of every entrepreneur. And if you don't understand their work, then we have an issue. Our job is making sure that we have a very strong ecosystem. Africa is struggling because we have a fragmented ecosystem. We have a very fragmented we have a fragmented ecosystem. We need to start creating an interconnected ecosystem or map ecosystem so that entrepreneurs can find one place, like just one place where they can find all the resources. Like you look at Mara there. You look at Impact Hub. The Ami Jacaranda Hub. You have look at Impact Hub. You have other hubs that are within Zambia. Of course, they are pursuing different. Almost they have a similar vision that they are, but they also have different ways of going around it. Imagine if all of them could come together. I've seen Mara. I've seen Mara being part of and parcel of different on different hubs that are doing programs, because you understand that collaborating is the key. Mara cannot be pushing this another vision here, and then you're having Impact Hub pushing the same vision, and then having another hub pushing the same vision. All of them are in one place in Zambia. It means that you separate entrepreneurs. They don't find all of them cannot have that resources in one place that they need it. They keep thinking, they keep looking, where should I go? Where should I go? It becomes more from a competition. But if we look at one common goal to say, our vision is this. We are putting the entrepreneurs first, because that's one thing. One thing that has been lacking in the ecosystem is that we are selfish. There's nothing wrong with being selfish, but if we are about the entrepreneur, then we have to think differently. So putting entrepreneurs first or putting startup first is the key. It will make us realize that the resources that we are having, because we work in isolation, entrepreneurs struggle. But if all of us could bring each and everything to say on map and connect our ecosystem, where startups can find resources in one place, then we are building the kind of entrepreneurship or ecosystem that our continent need. That one thing that we are far behind when it comes to attracting investment, when it comes to having access to market, because that they don't have this information. They are confused. It's just everywhere. And because we have one of the poorest PR in the world from entrepreneurship, Africa has the worst PR when it comes to entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurs are finding it difficult. So the only way for us to make sure that we have the resources in one place is for each of all of us to collaborate together. Look at what we are strong in. What is it that I have that that Jacaranda Hub or Impact Hub doesn't have, and how can I get that information that Celebrate have and use it? Or what is that Jacaranda Hub have that Celebrate or that Impact Hub doesn't have? How can I use partner with Mara, to make sure that the startup in our space have that. But we want to go back, and reinvent the wheels. Without the wheels that we already have those wheels. One of us already have those wheels. So until we understand the value, the importance of collaboration as opposed to competing, then we have issues. Look at where, if you go to some of the people who buy cars, or who buy cars, go to places that they sell cars, like second-hand cars. If you look at it, it's a whole market. You see everyone have their own shops in different, just along the road. If you go to, there's a competition there. You can see that if I don't find it here, I'll easily find it here. If I find it here, they don't look at it as a competition. They look at it as a place where, as a whole market, where if somebody comes there, they jump into heaven, they jump into mad, they jump into empire, they don't find what, they will definitely find it with the next person that is around. Because the information, the resources are all in one place. So collaboration shouldn't be a competition. And listen, there's so much, there's a lot, there's just so much in the space of entrepreneurship when it comes where each and everyone can share from there. But if we all come together, we can easily build a very strong proposal, a very strong story around our journey, which will even attract more, funders, and all of us, because we are putting the entrepreneurs first, because for the entrepreneurs, all of us, we all get satisfied. So collaboration and partnership is the only way, whether we like it or not. It is the only way, not only in Africa, but it is the only way if we are to build the kind of entrepreneurs that we want. We have to really stop working in silos. We have to make sure that our ecosystems are interconnected. We have to really make sure that our ecosystems are mapped. That's why I see a lot of startups even from South Africa find it difficult to even scale beyond Zambia, which is just down the road, or beyond Zimbabwe, or even Lesotho, which is down the road, because everyone, they don't know who to connect. Start up their job, which as much as their job is to find ways to scale their businesses, but they rely on us, ecosystem builders, to tell them that, hey, there is something here in Lesotho for you, and that you can get. And the only way for him to get that is to make sure that we show them the panel that sit from your laptop, and then you can access that partner or that collaboration from the same person that is doing the same business in Lesotho. And how can you guys partner together? So that isn't a competition.
One of the things
is what we call, yes.
Yeah, one of the things you've said a lot, and it's all really great information related to collaboration and how we all need each other. And a number of the comments that have come forth, all while you were speaking, people were giving extra questions and comments related to what you've said. And one of the main areas, McKevin, that people are asking about is collaboration related to funding, and how can they get other funding sources, and how can they get in touch with some of the people that are on this panel, even in this masterclass related to that. And then the other part is, if they have a proposal, something that they're putting together, how can they collaborate maybe with some of the people, again, on the panel to help them with their proposal to make it strong and robust. So the first thing is related to funding, and then the next one is related to collaboration on proposals. Is there any?
All right, just to answer that, Crystal, one of the that we also don't have a funding, because for me, let me take for a set up a startup, for instance. Let's say there's a funding out there, right, that is looking for people who are very strong in prototyping. And then you look at the scope of work, and there's someone who is very strong with investment readiness or commercialization, and then another one is talking with someone who is very strong, or who is very strong with incubating. These are already three separate things that they are asking in one proposal, right? Okay. So it only makes sense that if I look and know, oh, Mara's strong point is in prototyping, and I need to then say to Mara, hey, Mara, my strong point is in commercialization. And I will need, how can we partner? Because when we said, I've partnered with Mara, who is stronger in this, I've partnered with Impact Hub, who is stronger in the other thing, and then I'm bringing this. Tell me, how is it difficult for us to get that funding? And how would that even be difficult? Because even the funders themselves will realize that each and every of these organizations are coming with something that they are all strong uniquely within that space. But if I was just alone, I wouldn't have access to that, because I wouldn't have the expertise, the other expertise to bring. Another thing is, even if you don't have, but you need to be able to understand who does what in the industry, so that you can also talk to them and say, hey man, there is this funding that I just see that just come on my table. I don't have all the things that they require, but this is where I feel that there's something that our organization is doing that is part of it. There's something that you are doing, there's something that the other person is doing. I know that if all of us come together and send and apply for this funding, there's at least a 50, 60, 70% chance that we are going to get it. And that's exactly how funding, that's how we will achieve the funding. And it still boils down again to come back again to say, we have to collaborate, because none of us are going to get that funding. Anyway, we're going to lose it. There's some funding that have come out there, and they've looked for ELC or Entrepreneur Support Organization or Innovation Support Organization. They still don't have it because they don't have that capacity. We can't do everything. You alone cannot do everything. You know, building an ecosystem, building entrepreneurship is a village. It's just like raising a child. You know, it's a whole village. It's a whole village coming together to raise that child. That's how honor we have. That's how much we respect our entrepreneurs for the sleepless nights that they sleep just to make sure that they solve some of the greatest problems that we face. They can't do it alone. We only have to come together, put our head together, bring every little thing, all our capacity together to help them.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
I just wanted to just address this part, lead related to maybe Sunita and Mara. Sunita had already added some items related related to technology, but Justina and Mara, I wanted to ask you all, because some of the funding and some of the questions were with women that are asking. And so is there anything that you have to share with us related to funding and collaboration for women?
Maybe before they answer that, Crystal, I can just elaborate. There's one question here which says, collaboration means someone actually seeing some opportunities. Mm-hmm. How do you actually help women who can't see those opportunities?
Right.
Mara, maybe.
Okay. I was going to let Dr. Mutale go first, because I think she hasn't spoken for a while.
No, I have a question for her. We're just keeping
okay, perfect. Okay.
Yep.
No problem. Okay, so in the aspect of women that do not see those opportunities, so I believe that women like that are catered for, especially with civil society organizations and government departments that deal directly with women. So like in Zambia, we have the Ministry of Gender, we have the Ministry of Agriculture that deals with small-scale farmers. I think what we need to do, especially programs such as myself and Dr. Justina Mtale's programs, we need to then deliberately foster relationships with those entities that are they're structured to work with women who are in the most rural parts of the country, and connect with them and deliberately identify that there's a need there among that group of women, and we need to then cater or accommodate them and include them in the programs that we create. So I'll give you an example. One of the things that we do, we've got the Digital Skills Passport program, which is set for basically anyone who wants to improve their digital skills. So we deliberately went out and said, we want to offer women who are not included, especially on digital literacy, and offer them skills in this area. And we did select a few organizations that we know work with rural women to offer digital skills, training. And the reason we did this is sometimes you just need someone to become familiar with some tools that are available, and it shouldn't be such a foreign, thing for them if they come across a computer. And also we realize in the rural areas, we have a lot of small-scale farmers. Majority of the small-scale farmers are actually women. So you identify that we've got programs like a FISIP, we've got programs now with most of the telcos trying to get small-scale farmers onto technology platforms where they can get their inputs and collect their money when it's the selling season. So the challenge is a lot of those women, because they aren't familiar with digital platforms, and digital platforms could be as simple as a mobile phone. So you find that the people that are going to collect the money on their behalf are their husbands. Now, guess what has been happening? The husbands don't make it home for another 3 months. And by the time he's coming back, all the money that woman fought hard to work for, day in, day out, cultivating the land, has been, drunk, and the husband has gone to see girlfriends. So it disrupts the home. And echoing some of the sentiments that were brought in earlier, when a woman has been empowered financially or economically, you can guarantee that a whole set of her family members are going to be empowered. They're going to benefit from that one woman that has been empowered. So it's getting people to adopt and become familiar with the simplest terms of what we call technology. Because I know when people talk about technology, we're always rushing to the computer, innovating. We want to start them as basic as just handling even a feature phone. You'll be surprised, Ali, that we have people in rural areas that can't manage a feature phone. So when they have money, their son or someone has sent them Airtel or mobile money, they have to ask a neighbor or someone in the community to do that for them. And that person says, no, there was no money. But guess what? There was, and that person took advantage. So technology, we should start from the basics. And women need to be included, because women do take care of their homes. And women do honestly, work hard to ensure that their families are catered for. So that's basically what we're looking at. And when we're talking about funding for these, I think it comes back to collaborating for the goals, right? We need to start working together, but also the collaboration, for me, I always say it has to be intentional and it has to be well structured, because sometimes collaboration, you are just rubbing shoulders and sitting at tables. 1 year in, there's nothing that has happened because you did not define and clarify what sort of collaboration and why you're collaborating. It's very important to be perfectly matched for each other as collaborators. Sometimes it's not that you're unable to work together, it's you don't have any common grounds or common areas, and therefore you find that the skill set is just, you're both presenting the same skill set, and so there's no one amplifying the other's efforts. So even when we talk about collaboration, let's be very intentional, very deliberate, and we need to discover why we want to collaborate in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mutale, I'm on you now. We've heard the key issues about collaboration, funding. My question for you basically is, you have a lot of people, women, youth, men, all have visions, and some of them maybe have started doing their business. But other than your vision that you have, what else do you need to actually scale up your business?
Thank you very much, Ali. I think, like you said, it all starts with a vision.
Yeah.
You've got to be a dreamer. You've got to dream the thing. You've got to be to have the imagination and to think then how that imagination is going to turn up in real life and put it into action. But then to move your vision from where it is to impacting the world, you've got to have the passion and the why, as Vinod said. You've got to know why you are bringing such a dream into the world, why you are sharing that kind of vision and dream with the world. And of course, there'll be a lot of, you've also got to have a great team around you. You've got to work on having great networks and partnerships, as you have just been saying. Collaboration is very important in order to grow your vision and to grow your dream and turn it into reality. You also have to have staying power, and this is another thing that Vino touched on. You have to have the resilience, that you don't focus on the obstacles along the way, that you don't listen to the naysayers, that you just focus on your goal at hand and make sure that you do get to your destination, to where you want to turn, how you want your vision to turn out. And of course, you also need to have some kind of accountability along the way, people that will hold you accountable to what you have said you are going to bring into the world and how it will pan out and how that is going to help the world. Of course, you also have to have strategies put in place. How then do you know, like they always say that no one is going to recreate or reinvent the wheel. We are all just trying to improve on this wheel. So how then do you bring into the world your dream and to improve on something similar that seems to be existing and be better than that thing that is already there? How do you go into getting into the getting the market share of your vision, so that you're kind of number one? When we look at, for example, I remember when I was very young, the people that we related computers to were IBM, but now everybody's onto Apple. So where did IBM go wrong that Apple came up and overtook them? So those are some of the things. So you don't go and be complacent. You always keep moving. And another, the most important thing also is to keep moving with the times. You look at your vision and you can keep updating your vision. You can keep evolving your vision so that you suit the needs of the people in the current times in which you are operating, and of course in the communities in which that you are operating. So that means that for now we have all this technology. We are on in the fourth industrial revolution. How do you keep your vision working hand in hand with the fourth industrial revolution? How do you make it relevant? How do you make it suit into people's lives and benefit the people who you are working with? And of course, you've got to have the most important thing is high emotional intelligence, that you feed into people's needs and wants, and what is going to, what makes them tick, and what is going to make them want to buy into your product, into your vision, into the thing that you are going to bring around. For example, now with all these COVID-19 and lockdowns, we've seen just a sudden boom of Zoom, which was not as popular before. Somehow Zoom seems to have taken over Skype, although Skype provide the same services as Zoom. I don't know where Skype went wrong, but those are some of the things that you need to be looking at. You don't become complacent. You look around the market and the prevailing times and know, how can I do this to keep moving my my vision forward and to keep my vision relevant? In having Zoom, there are things like Loom, there's Hult, there's StreamYard, there's of course Facebook has been moving with the times. They brought Facebook Live, which we are doing. We are doing Zoom, and also we are going on to Facebook Live. So they are kind of sharing the platform. You have Instagram Live and YouTube Live and all of these things. So those are some of the things that we need to one needs in order to be aware of, in order for them to keep their vision and their dream alive, and to keep it relevant in the times that they are living in.
Yes, thank you so much for that. It was very extremely relevant. I like what both of you just said just now. So Mara, well-defined why as to why you're collaborating. And sometimes you just find yourself just going on and on. I think you said it might be a year that goes by and you're still with these people, but you have not gotten your why fulfilled. Well, maybe it wasn't well-defined. So that was really, really good. And then Dr. Justina, keep your vision basically updated and stay up with the times is very, very key. And so for women, there still seems to be, a number of people that are still asking questions related to the women portion. So we'll make sure that for all of the women that are on here, that we have your contact information, if that's okay to be able to give people so that how they can basically get in touch with you if there's more questions that they have. But we really want to make sure that we're answering the questions. We have a lot of great engagement. So continue everyone to share the link. There's been numerous people that have shared all across a lot of platforms. There's I think we're almost up to maybe 100 or over 100 comments or so. And so we really appreciate all of you all on the various platforms where you're sending in questions. So with that, Lee, do you have anything as we get ready to close this panel?
No, there's nothing for me. You can close the panel.
Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. And basically, if I'm going to go around to each person, if you want to give any information, basically not in detail, but just something about your contact information, how people can continue to interact with you, that would be great. So we'll start with McKevin.
Thank you, Christia. Thank you, Alice. Again, thank you to the organizers, those who've been listening to us. McKevin Ayaba, my names. You can just Google me and you'll find me on all social media or LinkedIn. And then our website is setupastartup.org, setupastartup.org. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have Omar.
Yeah, thank you again. It was a great eye-opening panel discussion. You can find me anywhere. Just look for my name, Omar Ghanem. And if you're interested in learning more about Ulite, you could just check out ulite.co.
Excellent. Thank you. Sunita.
So you can find me quite quickly on LinkedIn. I have a unique long name, so I'm kind of one of the names that pop up quite easily on LinkedIn. So that's the best place to find me. And then, yeah, I mean, I'm quite active there.
Excellent. Dr. Justina.
I am just Justina Mutale everywhere. You can find me on Google. You can find me on LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter. I don't know all the other social media networks that my team seem to pick me up, but you just look for Justina Mutale everywhere. I'm Justina Mutale. You can find my organization, JustinaMutaleFoundation.com, and also on Twitter and everywhere else, simply Justina Mutale.
Excellent. Thank you. And Mara.
Okay, fantastic. So Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, it's Marie-Janae. On LinkedIn, it's Marie-Janae Michello. So if you just type in Marie-Janae, I'll be the only Marie-Janae in the world. And our website is jacarandahub.org. Please follow us. Quite a number of exciting programs that we're offering. And I look forward to connecting with the rest of the panel, of course, beyond McKevin. And I'm really, really excited for Barrington and the work that he's done and putting this event together. And of course, I want to emphasize that campus incubation and acceleration is very, very important and very key to the future of the continent, and we need to support it as best as we can. Thank you, Christelle.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, thank you, panel number one. We really appreciate you all being involved. And we will now have where we have you exit the spotlight here and bring on our next panel.
Thank you. So do we just leave?
No, you don't have to leave. You can stay. You can stay. We'll have more questions, and we have our main speaker at the end as well. So we hope that you stay on. Okay. All right, Ali, do you want to introduce our next panel?
Yes, I will do that. Should I wait for them to join, or they already
Yes,
here?
I will start.
Okay.
There they are. Julius, hi.
Hi, nice meeting you again.
Nice meeting you again as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So Lead, you can start with introductions if you like while I try to find the rest of our panelists.
Okay, I think it's Omar. Should be back in. I think it's.
Yes, I'll check on that.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
we'll
right here,
go
don't
just
worry.
as we did with the first panel. Julius, I'll give you some minutes just to introduce yourself and what you do and where you come from.
Okay. My full name is Julius Loaya, as you can see on the screen, and I'm based in Lusaka, where I work for Impact Hub Lusaka, a social innovation hub which I co-founded, and I have been the general manager since it was established. Though this is my last month, I'll be stepping down as a general manager, and someone else will be taking over in that role. But mainly our work as Impact Hub Lusaka has been working with some entrepreneurs and also social innovators. So we have, in this time we've worked as Impact Hub Lusaka, worked with those who are starting, the youth, those who are starting, and then also in the process we have been able to work with the corporate because of the way our team is structured. We have myself, yes, who is young, but then we have other senior members who are able to offer consultancy and trainings to the corporate, and we've been able to at least do work for the banks to the extent where we've managed to find other clients by referral from those banks that we have offered our services to. And we've also done work for the NGOs. So we are pretty much big when it comes to leadership, whether it's for young people, whether it's for the older guys, or regardless of the sector. Due to the way our team is structured, we have quite we have these social technology tools that we use in facilitating our programs, and that has helped us to be positioned as a hub to go to when it comes to facilitating learning processes for leadership and social innovation. And the other thing I would say is COVID affected us. We closed twice, tried reopening and all that, but then we have reopened. We reopened first week of September, and our members have come back. And a good thing is that in the process, we've kind of like gotten some new members as well, because we have a space which they find conducive for co-working and just offering something flexible for people who are starting. And as I speak to you right now, we'll be hosting a group of young people who'll be using our space, the outside and part of the inside, trying to, they're learning on how to, they're being trained in solar installation. They have this solution which they would want to power rural hospitals which are off the grid. And so pretty much we provide that space for learning, and I'm looking forward to this discussion panel and also learn from others who are on this panel. I'm sure we have to ensure that the cross-pollinating of ideas keeps on regardless of where we're coming from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius. Also from Zambia, Lukonga.
Hi everyone, my name is Lukonga, and I'm co-founder and executive director of Bongo Hive, which is an enterprise support organization in Zambia. So we work with great minds building viable solutions that change the world. And we do this by a number of programs, workshops and events, all focused on the different stages of a business, right from pre-startup all the way to growth. And we work really trying to make Zambia the next hotbed of innovation. We've been around for about 10 years now, and I'm the co-founder and executive director. Over the past 10 years, we've supported just over 1,300 enterprises. We're now working, our programs are now running in just about 4 countries now. And our growth has led us, I guess, to touch on different aspects of the ecosystem. So our work with corporates continues to grow in the area of corporate innovation. We are now working much more closely with investors. We are raising our own fund called Bongo Hive Ventures. So we try to work across, I guess, the ecosystem and the many opportunities and gaps that exist. But the whole idea is to try to really bring down the barriers that hold so many entrepreneurs from starting and growing their businesses, both in the local ecosystem and in the region. So that's my quick introduction.
Thank you very much. McKevin, for those who are just joining us to this panel, a quick one from you.
Hello everyone. Again, I'm just joined by a few faces. I think I've never had a chance to meet with Lukango. I've heard a lot about him. We've never had a chance to meet, but it's an honor to join you here. You've done amazing work within Zambia and the continent. I'm really, really proud and I'm honored to see that we're joining the panel. We, again, like I mentioned before, we are about catalyzing the entrepreneurship ecosystem. We are about making sure that we have all the resources that entrepreneurs need in one place. For us, it's about connecting the dots, making sure that we have an ecosystem that is connected and that we encourage collaboration and partnership. Just like Lukango, we also have entrepreneurs to start from the ideation perspective to start up and to scale up. We just recently launched our investment readiness program that we've already connected with over 500 ecosystem players within the continent, just in the space of a month. We are very open for partnership and collaboration. That's what we stand. That's what we believe in. That's the only way. Again, like I said earlier on, that we are going to bring those great minds that Lukango talks about by joining our forces together to help them build the kind of businesses that solve the issues that Africa is facing. Does create jobs. I'm a speaker. I'm a judge. We've also surrounded ourselves with key partners, with key investment firms around the continent and the globe. So we make sure that we don't just get entrepreneurs or startups to be investment ready, but also how do they have access to funding, or also how do they get access to market, to being able to scale beyond, just beyond their borders, beyond their countries. I am based in South Africa, and the name of our organization is setupastartup.org. Setupastartup.org. Find us, and we will answer all your calls. Thank you.
Thanks very much, McKevin. Omar, I know you introduced yourself earlier on, but a quick one for those joining us just now.
No worries. My name is Omar Ghanem. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ulite. We are a social enterprise that provides human-powered energy solutions for people that live without electricity. My journey started with the Hult Prize, and now it's been almost 2 years of working with Ulite, mainly in Nigeria at the moment, but we're still looking to expand and hopefully reach our milestone of helping as many people as possible get a source of energy that they can kind of produce themselves, independent of anything else that's around them. But yeah, that's a bit about me.
Thanks very much. Prince, joining us from Ghana, welcome.
Hi, very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm actually on a trip, so that's how come.
Hello? Prince?
I'm recording it from a class, sorry, and share the link. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, great. So I'm great and excited to be part of the panel discussion. I'm actually on a trip, so probably that's how come I'm recording it from a car. But I'm glad to be here to share a few lessons from my journey as a social entrepreneur, running an organization called Africa Youth Awards, which is an organization that awards young people from across the continent.
Hello?
Most influential young Africans every year. PR fair in Ghana. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me now?
It just keeps going in and out.
Oh, okay. So probably then I'll keep my introduction as short. That way.
Okay, well, we would just like to thank all of the panelists, and for those of you who are just joining us, we would like to just inform you that we are on Facebook Live right now, and we are going to be putting this on other platforms. If you are on Facebook, we have a number of questions and comments coming in. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Where are you joining us from? And then also, if you have any questions specifically for our panelists, just in general, or some of you are already naming names of people that you see on here that you're excited to see. So we really appreciate that. If you have a question for them specifically, just put their name, and then between Alita and I will make sure that we ask that question to them specifically. We have a number of questions that have already been given to us that we will share right now. But again, we would just like to welcome you to this masterclass, and make sure that you give us your information because we do want to honor you and thank you for calling in from all over the world. So our first question has to do with fundraising, and fundraising for startups it can be considered like a daunting task, right? And so it's something that can maybe be overwhelming. So we would like to ask our panel, who has some information on how do you start with fundraising? And first we'll go to, I want to make sure that I pronounce your name right, but I may not be, but Lukongo?
Yeah, I was hoping that you wouldn't actually point at me, but I'll go first. Yeah, it's one of those things you do in school. Yeah, it's a very good question. And of course, funding your startup first, I think begins first with understanding which stage you're at. And before we started Bongo Hive, I had assumptions about what businesses need, and everyone comes to this space thinking we all need money, right? And as you work in this space, you realize that not all money is the same. And that's very interesting when when you're growing your startup, because even in the first instance, when you are starting with your idea, in most cases, people will tell you, no, you don't need money, right? And people will tell you to bootstrap, use the resources you have available, and then you begin to grow, right? So if you're able to demonstrate some traction, and I'll try to make it, to dumb it down, I think most of the listeners or people watching may not be, interested in your typical models around, okay, Series A, Series B, and all those things. I think to make it a little easier for people to understand, people are looking for you to demonstrate how you manage resource at any level. So the first thing you need to have in mind is, where am I right now, and what resources are available for me where I am? And that could be at idea stage, that could be as a growing business, and scaling. But the real understanding of where you are now helps to really navigate this space. You don't want to approach a VC, with an idea. You don't go to a VC and say, I've got $1 million idea. I was thinking about this in the shower, and now I want you to put $1 million into this. So that alignment, I think, is very important for a lot of entrepreneurs, because that can unlock opportunities for you, or worst case scenario, it actually closes doors for you, because when you go around, people are like, yeah, that's the guy who always talks about things that he's doing, but there's really nothing that he's doing. So I think understanding where you are right now as an entrepreneur, and really digging into some resource to understand how the funding models work, and there are great resources out there, will help you understand what is available at each stage. And in simple terms, when you're starting, you're really looking at what you have, and when you're able to demonstrate an awareness of what the resource is and how you can manage it, and if it's a 5,000 kwacha, 10,000 kwacha that you've invested in your business, 5 years from now, people will be looking at you and thinking, wow, you managed to manage that resource over a long period of time. If you manage 10,000, the following year you manage 50,000, the following year 500,000. If I've got 10 million, I can see that you're demonstrating that you're able to not only keep money, manage it, but also grow it. And that way, makes it much easier for you to gain more recognition, and also get the funding and unlock the funding opportunities that come along the way. I usually find that for entrepreneurs who succeed in this space, in the funding space, they're always exploring networks. They're not afraid to go out there and meet people, local, international. You go on these trips, and specifically speaking to young entrepreneurs, you go on these trips, and your friends are hanging out in the room and enjoying themselves in the club, and some are striking deals in the same club that you are getting drunk in. So it's those dynamics that people need to understand, that the networks are important, and being able to unlock those networks requires you to be upfront, to be going out there talking to the right people. Someone who always knows someone. Our ecosystems are in ways, many of our ecosystems are so small that if you ask 2-3 people, they'll always know the richest guy in the country, or they'll know, the guy who has money or who has the technical expertise that you need. So go out there and ask the people that have the resource that is available. Ask the right questions. But I'll close off with this, because I know other people have got good answers as well. We have lots of competitions going around, lots of grants, lots of programs where you can get some money. Get into them, learn how to pitch. They'll teach you how to pitch. You will get your $1,000, $5,000, win that money, invest it in your business, grow from there, and you will really unlock more opportunities. So make use of the programs that a lot of us run. Most of them are geared towards entrepreneurs that are starting and in the early stages of their business. But when you can really get those fundamentals at the early stage, it makes it much easier for you to begin to raise money, because you can prove that, hey, you've been through a program at Bongo Hive. We know people who invest in startups that have only been through Bongo Hive or have only been through Impact Hub. So it's important that you can participate in these programs, get exposed to these organizations, get their name on your deck, to not because they're copying the logo, but by being in their programs, they are in a way endorsing your work. You're able to prove that you're teachable. You are able to understand certain concepts, and that becomes very easy for you to raise more money, because people understand, they know some of these organizations, and therefore it will be much easier for you to unlock those opportunities. So I'll end there.
And thank you so much for that. I mean, you gave a lot of great nuggets in that, understanding the various types of funding, making sure that you're putting yourself in these various networks and going to these events and where they can actually teach you how to pitch. But part of it is first having where you understand the language and you can demonstrate that, as well as demonstrating that you are doing well if they give you 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000, and then they would be willing to give you more. So that was really, really great insight. Thank you so much. Ali, do you have the next question?
Just checking from Facebook if there are any questions. I have one question, and it's just back to you, Lukanga. Someone was asking to say, is there a specific funding one should look at any different stage they are? So for example, if one is just starting up. Should they be knocking doors at Barclays, or should they knock doors at their cousins?
It's a good one, and each of our situations is different. You know, you might have a rich uncle who's willing to invest in your business. I think most of us don't have rich uncles, and therefore it really comes down to being able to bootstrap. I think at a high level, what we do know about our ecosystem and a lot of other ecosystems on the continent is that your early stage funding is in most cases non-existent. I mean, it's there, it's growing, and I think, you know, progress has been made over the past few years. But if you are really starting, I really encourage entrepreneurs to first think of themselves as not being able to get any funding from anywhere else, to try and focus on the customer, try to figure out how you can get someone to pay for your services. That's really where you unlock the most value. If you're first asking yourself, where can I get that first money for me to start? In most cases, not that you are a bad person, but you won't get the money that you want, right? Until you're able to, you know, somehow put in your own resource, work hard enough to, you know, start from your first sales, grow them to your I don't know, 100% sales over a period of time. But it's hard enough for more established businesses to get funding even in this ecosystem. And so for smaller players, for people who are just starting out, the best advice is get yourself into a program. There are many programs that are available. We run so many free programs sponsored by other organizations where there is some funding that's available in some cases. And I like to say that's usually the first opportunity for many of us, and just grab those opportunities and do the best that you can with them. But it's hard. It's not as straightforward as saying, there's the money, go for it.
Okay, my next question. Now, I think, McKevin, you did mention that you have helped other startups grow or start. We have a question here. A number of startups or people who want to raise money will definitely go to, as Lukonga was saying, whether it's a bank or a rich uncle or someone, but they will be asked questions. So the question is, when you are actually going out there to seek for funding, what questions should you be prepared that you people that have the fund will ask you?
Thank you very much, Alid, again, to my fellow panelists and to all those that are listening. I think Lukonga really touched vital points there for every startup. The question answers lies within your pitch, what I call pitch deck. The first question, ask yourself, not whether you should prepare, whether they ask you, ask yourself, what problem are you solving? And what kind of solution do you have that you are bringing to solve that problem? And which border around your pitch deck? What is your team? Remember, we were talking about collaboration, about team. Investors, people don't invest in just ideas, or they don't invest in other. Investors look at those who are behind that idea. They invest in people. You know, so make sure that your team, you have the strongest team to execute that idea. Some ideas you might look at as an act. You know what? It's out there. A lot of other people have it, but investors can definitely believe in the person that is leading that organization. The people that are leading that idea can trust them. That, you know, these are guys that can break it. But the bigger question is, are you ready? I think that's one of the things that we've been talking about from a startup perspective. Are you investable? Are you investor ready, or are you investment ready? Have you put all the things that investors, have you answered all their questions yourself, so that they don't even have to ask you that question if you even own your IP, or if you even have a patent, or if what is your traction? Just like Ango said, every startup always start with the traction. what am I taking to invest? I mean, those days you have few banks nowadays who invest, you know, in ideas and just wait to fail. A lot of investors, they don't have that money to even to try to fail. Not in Africa, but we have it in Europe. We have it in the US. You know, you have it in different countries where people can take, Y Combinator can take advantage of just of ideas, but thoroughly thought ideas to invest it. But that's not a scenario in Africa. We all know how our continent is. So make sure before you go to every investor, or whether to anybody, to any bank, am I investment ready? Am my investors ready? Do I have all the right things that they would ask? But another thing, just to support, I'm going to mention about competitions, you know, or joining programs. It's very critical. Like we partner with a very good organization where they invest in good ideas. They become your technical co-founders. There is one of those, especially when we're talking about startups, we're talking about innovative technology entrepreneurs, where most people will start looking at, oh, I need money to pay a developer. You know, I need money to pay this. But there are companies out there that can, if they think that your idea is right, they bring in everything and become your technical co-founder. So startups, we must start looking at the people that we want to work with to see, well, do I even need, in the beginning, do I even need the money? Because I want to develop this program, but why not look for, Julius is a developer, he's an incredible developer, software developer, and what you want to look at to say, oh, Julius, why not join us? You know, be a cover and let's push this idea together. It's still coming all board and get to our collaboration. How do you join or bring your own knowledge? I'm very strong with partnership on a network and networking with marketing. This is what I have as an idea. Julius, bring your expertise as a software developer, and I need it to be developed. And let's be co-founders and let's partner on that, so that we have to minimize the cost of going to an investor to ask for money to invest in our idea. It happens, but to be honest, like I say, it's difficult in our continent. Early or idea age funding is very, very difficult. Until we get that right, then that's fine. But another question is, what does the impact? Because that depends. Just to add to what Lukango said, that there are investors that are looking just for impact things that are impactful. They call them impact investors. That those that are looking for they're looking for ideas that can scale beyond Johannesburg, Africa, to Zambia and all other countries. Because the aim of especially every VC, is to make a lot of money. They are not just putting their money into business just for fun, because they love you, because they care about the idea. If it's not bringing them a lot of money, then they are not even going to waste their time. So the key takeaway here is, for me, make sure that you don't even wait for those questions that you have to go, because the very first attempt is very crucial. When you're going to any investor asking for so much money, make sure you're prepared. Because one of the things that a lot of startups have done is they have not prepared. They just sleep overnight. They've been seeing some of the things happening. It's a point. They just say, hey, tomorrow I'm going to be a billionaire. I'm going to be a Mark Zuckerberg, because that's what they always think. If I just take it out there, I will just, hello, I'm going to be a millionaire. They are not looking at the impact. So prepare, really prepare carefully. Ask yourself the question, whether am my investment ready? Am I really ready? Do I know what I am asking for?
I know. I got caught that time on mute. Yeah, I have a question for Julius, but thank you, McKevin, for that. Am I investment ready? That could even be a title of a book that has like a lot of different sections in it to help young entrepreneurs. And I'm really serious about that. I don't know if that is already something that you're doing, but I'm always into book titles, and I think that would be a good one. So Julius, one of the things that have come up here over and over again on the Facebook comments are related to it just being hard and difficult to get funding in developing countries. And so being investment ready and having things together in your business plan, and understanding your business, understanding your why, and some other things that have been said earlier. Do you have any comments for us on how people can get funding in developing countries, in addition to what has already been said? Like, are you investment ready is basically like a bottom line kind of a thing, but what's your comments on that, Julius?
The first thing we should think about is understanding your position, where you are as yourself as a startup or an entrepreneur, and also the environment in which you are operating in. Like Rukonga said, that some people have rich uncles, the people they can go to, and things will happen. Even in our context, yes, maybe a developing country, but there are people with enough money to give to their nephews or nieces to start something. Mm-hmm. But what I can say for me is when you are starting in our context, you have to look at whom can you talk to or who can you partner with, who is going to complement your efforts. And also, complementing your efforts, it's not just limited to skills. McKevin gave the example of collaborating with a graphic designer to meet that skill that you may need in your team, so that you don't have to pay anyone. It could also be in the sense of the infrastructure that you need. If someone has a space as maybe a spare office or some sort of infrastructure, could be a warehouse or anything, you could have a conversation with them and then see how you could partner. So essentially, for me, I think we have to emphasize the point of looking at the resources that we can work with in our locality. And then at the same time, as we are fundraising or looking for opportunities, we also have to be genuine by understanding our efforts. We should not get too excited where simply because I can cook, I think I can run a restaurant. It doesn't work like that. You have to understand yourself in terms of skills. As okay, if I were to run a restaurant in my locality, what do I need? So we have to first start from there. And do the people need the food that I can prepare? That is, yes, you can prepare African food, but if you are in a community where there are no people who are interested in African food, doesn't add up. You can prepare Egyptian food, but you're in a place where they don't want Egyptian food, doesn't add up. So it's about understanding those small things that will allow you to attract the right partners on board in scaling your startup. So for me, that's the general comment that I can give. So it's about understanding you yourself as an individual and also understanding the environment in which you are operating in order for you to attract the right investment in money and also in resource-wise.
Mm-hmm. Excellent, thank you for that. And I just have one more, just a follow-up on that same thing for Omar, and then I'll turn it back over to Alid. Omar, you were a finalist, you said, for the Hult Prize back in, was it 2018?
Yep, 2018.
Yeah, so with all that has been said, I want to go back to the word pitch, So how important is that, and what kind of preparation did you do, and what kind of insight can you give people? Because we're talking about funding, but you also have to have where you're very clear on what you're going to say. So can you give us some insight on that?
Definitely. So I think the most important thing about your pitch is always, one, understanding your audience. So that kind of goes back to what McKevin shared with us earlier about understanding, are you ready for the funding and how can you ask for it, and what are you asking for? And then the second thing is to really, really understand your story that you're trying to tell, because it's so easy to get consumed by your product or service that you become obsessed with it, and your entire pitch is just you blabbering about this service or that service, when in the end of the day, any VC or investor or judge in a competition is really only interested in your story. What's the problem? How are you solving it? Why you? Why your team? how much have you done so far, how you're raising money, what's your impact. Like those are the components that really make up a solid pitch. And that's what could really differentiate between an entrepreneur that has a great idea and an entrepreneur that has a great startup, because there's so many cases where you find incredible ideas, but the person pitching them doesn't do them justice. You know what I mean? So it sounds amazing on paper, you read about it or whatever, it sounds incredible, and then you listen to the pitch and you're very underwhelmed because it sounds flat, right? So I think really understanding your pitch and giving it that dynamism and the elements that it needs in terms of having your substance, but also, you know, being confident in yourself and why you are worthy of whatever it is, the $1 million prize or whatever it is that you're asking for, and then showcasing that in how you structure everything out. So yeah, definitely, I think pitching is one of the essential things that you have to learn as an entrepreneur. It's not something that you're not just born a good pitcher. Yes, some people are more comfortable speaking in public and, you know, in front of other people, but the more you do it, the more you practice it, the more you pitch, the more you actually understand what elements to keep in, what elements to keep out, what to wait for a question to discuss versus what you should just put straight in someone's face when you're presenting. And yeah, I think, I don't know if you actually got the chance to watch our pitch at the UN, but one of the most fun things about presenting at the UN was the fact that we could just amplify it as much as we wanted. So we ended up switching the lights off in the UN, which is a crazy thing now to look back at it, because you're switching the lights off while Bill Clinton is in the building. So that was like super crazy to even ask for. But at the same time, that key component made sure that no one that heard our pitch that day could ever forget, oh, the guys that switched the lights off. You know what I mean? So just really understanding like how to grab attention, how to hook someone, and then keep delivering on your message. I think it's a super critical thing for any entrepreneur to learn. And that's really what gets you the funding in the end of the day, right? Like there are very few grants or, you know, funding opportunities that you can get by just applying through a form. Most often you will be asked to present and to pitch. So if you really want to get funded, you really need to work on your pitch.
Just to add to what Omar said, like, you know, having done sales pitches for the past 20 years, there are three key things like you need to actually figure out, like, you know, put out the enemy first. Like, as he said, like he switched off, like his whole idea was light. So in the first world countries, we take, you know, power for granted. So he took it away. So you're actually putting out the enemy there or the problem there. So and that also drives your why. So put your why there, and then you say what would it mean if that why is actually tackled or answered, and then eventually launch your product or your idea or your solution. So, and this you can do it in 1 hour, you can do it in 15 minutes, you have to do it in 3 minutes, and you have to do it in 30 seconds. So it's important that you actually prepare all of this and rehearse. As he said, like nobody, you know, for some people it comes very naturally to actually organize your thoughts and say based on how your audience is. But for some people, you know, we all have to rehearse. And even then, if it comes naturally, it's quite important to rehearse. It can be the same 3 components, but then depending upon who is standing in front of you, you might have to say it differently, because the person in front of you may have like, you know, different objectives. Like, say, for example, if you're talking to impact capitalist, like, you know, he is there or he or she is there to actually invest money. But then if you're actually talking to a fellow in the business who can actually complement your skill, you might have to pitch it differently because the takeaways are different. So we have to be quite prepared with these 3 components, and then for different time slots as well. Like eventually, you know, you get down to those 30 seconds. That's what we call as elevator pitch. If you have those 3 sentences ready, then the whole story, you know, will flow through. So those are the few handy things, and you can actually find videos of, you know, how, say, for example, Steve Jobs launches his products. like he has this natural charm of actually putting out his ideas out there if you actually watch his videos. But then, like, say for example, if you look at Elon Musk, he's not a charmer, but then he still launches ideas in a certain way which actually hits home to every one of us. So like you can still see when you compare Steve Jobs to Elon Musk, like Elon Musk is a nervous wreck if you see him actually the way he presents, but then he still drives home the point, and that's because of practice. So these are the things that you can actually get inspiration from online, see these videos on YouTube, and then you can actually practice yourself. And that's very important, that you actually have your story right, and then practice it for different audiences, for different timelines, and then keep it ready, because you never know whom you're going to meet the next time. Like Lukonga was saying earlier, that networking is quite important. So if you're actually meeting somebody at a bar and you still have to pitch your idea, they will not spend 15 minutes with you to actually hear your whole story. You'll hardly get like a minute before each of you get your own drinks. So you need to figure that out.
Excellent.
Thank you very much. Crystal, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I really appreciate all of you all being on the panel today, and we've had a lot of engagement from our audience. One of the other questions is related to cash flow forecasts, and wanted to just see if any one of you, I'm not going to pick any particular person, since last time it's like, oh, I wish you hadn't picked me first, but you did great. It was a lot of great information. So cash flow forecasts. Does anybody have any comments on why that's important?
Yes, I'm not a finance person, but I have a few ideas on the cash flow and why it is important. Well, for starters, if I'm giving you my 1,000 US dollars, I should be sure that there's track record of your being able even to manage 500. Because if you've shown that you are able to manage a certain amount of money, that will give me the confidence that this person I'm giving my money for investment has the ability to handle the money. This may not have been the question asked to Lukonga, but he responded on how, like, you have an idea in the shower, and then you say, oh, I have an idea, I need 1 million US. That's just the start of all the problems, because for starters, you have no track record of handling $1 million in any currency in the world, and you want to be given $1 million. So it doesn't just add up. So the cash flow forecast is very important, that becomes your backing in terms of giving legitimacy to your idea and your business. Because no matter how amazing your idea may sound, but if there's no financial track record to back up what you are saying that you've been doing previously, that may to some extent ruin all that you have done in terms of finance. So it is important that you keep your record, even if they're negative, you just have to keep them. At least it will show who you are. So it's important that you keep your finances in check, and those records are what you even use. Even when you are pitching, you need to justify certain things in terms of finance. The numbers have to they have to balance. So you have to ensure that your cash flow is in place, and it is also updated. It should be updated, and then you should also ensure that you are also using a system that is easy to follow. You should not have one slide there, one Excel sheet there. So all your documents, as far as cash is concerned, they should be updated, and they should be available whenever someone needs them. Yeah, the other panelists have what to add on, they can add on.
Anyone else on that same question?
Yeah, So in terms of cash flow, I would say, like, if you're a small entrepreneur, I would say the whole financial planning is important, because right now, even for investment, that's the first thing. That's also a thing that is considered as your qualifying criteria. It's not just the idea. It's not primarily, I would say, when you actually go into these competitions, which is run by either accelerators, incubators, or these big forums where they want to enable innovation, they just don't even look at the idea. The idea has to be cool, or it has to be, it has to have something that impacts whichever focus area they want to impact. But there is also financial planning, which has to be healthy enough. It's okay if you don't make money in the first year of your business, but then you should already know and estimate when will you start making money, and when you start making money, how are you going to manage your inflow and outflow? That's primarily your cash flow. So this itself is a basic qualifying criteria to get into any of the funding arenas where there will be like multiple people like you who are actually pitching their ideas. So it's that's why it's quite important. Second, it also gives you a good hygiene of bookkeeping right from day one. Even if you're spending, I would say here, not just calculate the money that you spend, but please also keep track of the time that you spend, because your time also equals money at some point in time. And you should also, like, say, for example, put a per hour rate on your own head and then start calculating, because that is also an investment that you're actually putting into this, which you should reap back. So you have to go down to that granularity to figure out. And then you should also look into what kind of lead time do you need to actually, say, for example, if you are making a product for which you need a raw material to be bought 3 months beforehand, then you need to have the cash to pay the raw material vendor 3 months beforehand. So, and then you make your product. So the making of the product takes money as well. And when you actually eventually sell the product, that also takes time. So by the time you get that money, so that's where the money that you invested at this point in time will actually reap benefit at this point in time. And until this point, and during this duration, you have to stay afloat. So that's the importance of cash flow, to manage that. You have to show that you have the ability to stay afloat even when you don't make money. Because all the venture capitalists and the impact capitalists, they would actually like to see that you are managing their money well. And it is also in your own interest that you need to know that you need to know how long will it take for you to sustain and become self-sustainable as well, so that there is no more funding, but then your business is actually started making its own money, and then you're cycling it. So one, for a basic reason that it is very important for as qualifying criteria as well for you to get any funding, and two, it's in your own interest that you actually track.
Yeah, setting up mechanisms for that from the very, very beginning is key. And understanding, anything and everything related to your finances. I know I've been in conversations with people where I wasn't even planning on having a discussion about my business, but they were at the level of someone who might want to invest, and they asked me my numbers. And so you have to be ready at a moment's notice to answer those questions. So that's all really very, very great advice. One of the last questions I have as we get ready to end this portion of our panel is in relation to scale up. So we've talked about a number of things related to, getting your business started and financing, and now we're talking about cash flow, but the next question is on scale up. Now, one of the things we have not talked about necessarily are like all of the different kinds of maybe agreements and documentation that you need to have in place. And so if anyone wants to speak to that, that's great, or just anything related to scale up. And I am going to first ask, let's see, Omar.
Yeah. In terms of documentation to scale up, I think really what you need to, and this has been mentioned before, what you really need to make a habit of is keeping your records in place, having all your numbers, understanding your business plan, your financial projections, all your balance sheets, everything that you really need to show an investor, because there, in my opinion at least, there are two ways that you could seriously scale up. One is by getting more money and then doing more of what you're doing, and two, by doing what you're doing somewhere else, right? So in terms of scaling up geographically, or through other demographics or whatever you want to call it, that again will still depend on your records and the information that you have gathered throughout your operations, because you need to know what worked, what didn't work, what should I implement in this new demographic or new location geographically or whatever. So it all goes back to best practices and what you learned. In terms of asking for more money, you're gonna need to show how you dealt with the money that you had in advance, or previously, sorry. And then that is the only way that you're gonna have the credibility to be in a position to ask for even more money. But personally, I mean, there are different ways that you can get money. For me, I'm kind of not a big fan of the whole Series A, Series B, Series C cycle, where you just keep asking for more and more and more money, even though it's a great way of obviously scaling. But there are other alternative ways where you can get capital through grants, through one-time VCs, for example, or even through the same kind of operation that you're doing. When we're talking about social enterprises, more impact equals more money, right? And more money equals more impact. They kind of go hand in hand. So if for me to make more money, I had to reach more people, then that's kind of a goal that I think is a lot more, I would say, like on the realistic side of things when I want to talk about scaling, because I'd rather just do more impact, make more money, than just ask for more money and then owe that money to someone else. You know what I mean? So it really just depends. But in the end of the day, it's always about keeping records and understanding what works, what didn't, and learning from your mistakes, because no one knows, like there's no entrepreneurial formula where you need to do this and this and you will be successful. It's all about making mistakes, taking risks, and then learning from them, and improvising, iterating, and getting better.
Can I just add on top of what Omar just said? I think again, scale up is really one of the more that is the point where you can then say, you know what, you have shifted from just being a startup. You are now looking at how do I also start going, how do I go beyond, beyond an MVP? It means that from a startup perspective, you've already validated your program, you've validated your product, and that you have seen the market fit, and that you have and that you look at, I need to go to Zambia. That's where I feel that I think I have a chance in Zambia. My people in Zambia know would definitely buy my product, and they start looking at how do I create that kind of liaison between Zambia and Johannesburg and South Africa, for instance. You get to know, when you start about scale, it means that you already understand the stages of which you are. You already are at the stage of funding of which you are as well. If you can't start be talking about you being scaled up when you're still at the ideation. So when you've only you've not even validated your startup. But and then another point that I think it's fair to mention is that what are the team? You now investors are looking at, oh, what am I investing in? I think I mentioned this earlier on in my conversation, that a team is a very become the integral part of a startup transition to scale up. Whether that means turning your sales or marketing person into a separate department or hiring specialist for each role, that part now really can. I think most of you talk about pitches there. It now comes out to look at whether was he the right person to pitch this idea. You don't look within your team. Because another thing that a lot of people have failed is that some other thing that maybe because they come with the idea, you know, they have the right to be the CEO. You know, it's you don't have to, they have to be the one to pitch their product. But because investors can really look at within the team and say, you know what, this person doesn't have the right skills to be pitching this idea, but this is the person that the thing that could actually pitch the idea. You know, I also talking about your systems. You understand the management hierarchy. All those things, boys, then come give you that whole, and then to say, you know what, I am ready right now to scale up, to other regions, to other countries, to other. All those things are key players of how you scale up. But I mean, again, if you, for those for anyone listening and everyone with here, if you go through our program, where our investment readiness program, that can help you how to become investment ready. You will see all the stages that are out there. These are we have a 12 model program where you also take you to from idea generation to validation, to how you build an MVP, how you put your team together, but also how have you branded your organization, your company. Now, you don't talk about brand, you don't talk about brand identity. It's very crucial for you for scale up, for you to scale up, whether you position yourself at the forefront of that particular solution. How do people see you? But we also, our program also help you to get what everybody, I'm not sure most don't even understand what they call a due diligence room. A due diligence room then became that key part that you have put in all those documentation that Omar was talking, all those things in place, package them in one place where I tell investor, hey, I am ready for a scale up. Do you show your due diligence? And then you just push that package to them. We talk from your IP, how legal you are, which now have involved the legal team, and so on and so forth. So it is that critical stage at your startup where it's not more from an ideation perspective, no more. It's far beyond the ideation. It's now at far beyond even the MVP, the MVP stage, and then put together all those things, those documents that Omar is talking about, which in another word, you have now passed through what they call the due diligence process. Then you are sure that your startup can go beyond. But again, like I said, we have all the program that what I just mentioned is part of the program that we run from a startup perspective, and we any startup that need help, we sure to definitely collaborate and connect and see how we can get them to get to that stage.
Excellent, excellent. So we would like to thank you all for being a part of our panel number 2. And McKevin and Omar have already given their contact information. And I would like to have Julius also and Lukonga give their information so that people can get in touch with you. Julius?
I still use the same names, Julius Loaya on Facebook, Instagram, and also LinkedIn. I still use the same names, Julius Loaya.
Excellent.
So you can find me on most of the platforms. Just look for Lukonga, Lindunda. My email is lukonga@bongohive.co.zm, and our website is bongohive.co.zm.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then Dr. Justina, in relation to what we were on just now on startups and scaling up, do you have any final comments in that area? You're on mute.
Sorry, I don't have much to say. I think that everything has been said. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that everything that's necessary has already been said. I'd just like to encourage all those people that are having doubts within themselves that there's no no idea that is a crazy idea, that any idea that somebody can come up with, you will always find people that will buy into your idea. So if you're thinking of bringing anything onto the market, just go for it. You always find a market. You always find people that will believe in you. You always find people that will work with you. You find people that will invest in you. You find people that will partner with you. And talking about scaling up, you just have to look around and see where are the gaps in the market, what can we do next that's necessary in the current prevailing business climate that we are living in, that people might be looking for. You can move into that way. For example, now a lot of staff has been moving, people that owned, for example, streets, shops on the high streets, they've moved onto the going online. So that is another way of scaling up. Rather than dying because people are in lockdown and cannot come into your shop, you move your shop online in the digital space. That way then you still scale up your market and move into the realm in which the current situation is operating, and that keeps your business going up. And of course, by moving digital, you need to partner with people that know how to navigate that digital space. So that is what you're watching. I think that's all that I can say. A lot has already been said. I even lost track of what, and I don't want to be repeating what other people have already said.
No, that was some great additional insight. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you everyone for being a part of panel number 2. And Alid, I will go ahead and get ready for our next speaker, our main speaker for today, if you want to go ahead and do the introduction.
Oh, you can do the introduction.
Okay, I will go ahead and remove everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Dr. Thompson.
Good day to everyone, wherever you are in the world. I'm in New York. It's quite a cool day, but very sunny, and it's midday, so just after midday.
Just after midday. Okay, awesome, awesome. Well, we really appreciate you being on and being our main speaker for today. I just wanted to read a few things related to your introduction. You have such an amazing bio. I hope I do a little bit of justice with a few things I'll be able to read today. So Ambassador Liz Thompson is an ambassador for Barbados to the United Nations. And it also says that you're responsible for a country's multilateral engagement with the UN, 192 other member states. You are a published author, and you have academic qualifications and professional qualifications and advocacy aimed at improving people's lives, poverty eradication, global sustainability, and helping people get to happy. Also, it says you are currently an attorney, and you've been working in that area for many years related to policymaking. There's a number of other things here related to various committees and accolades that you have, as well as the Minister of Health, Housing of Lands and Physical Development, Energy and Environmental for Barbados. We really appreciate you being on the masterclass today. And without further ado, here is Dr. Thompson.
So thank you, Crystal. Just a couple things. One is that I'm not doctor yet, but if you want to give me a PhD, I'm quite happy to get it. Thanks. Second is that I am a trained attorney, but I don't practice anymore. I am full-time Barbados's ambassador to the United Nations, where I deal with international issues and Barbados's engagement, multilateral engagement with the United Nations and 193 other member countries. Just to confirm, please, how much time do we have? How much time do I have?
You have about 45 minutes or so.
Oh, great. Thank you. So I really want to thank you all for your kind invitation to join you today. I like to be anecdotal. So if I could start with a story, I had no idea about the Hult Prize. And then 2 years ago, when I came to New York as ambassador, because before that, I had been an assistant secretary general to the United Nations, I received this letter and some information asking me whether I would judge this prize. And I told my staff, okay, say yes. But we had a dairy conflict and I didn't realize it. So 2 days before the prize is to be judged, I'm planning for my other event, totally forget about the prize and that I have to review all of these submissions and all of the entries and so on. And there I am planning to go off and do something else. And I got this note saying, well, we look forward to seeing you on Saturday at the Hult Prize. And what's that? You know, is this in my diary? And then I found out, oh my gosh, it's only a prize worth $1 million that you're supposed to go and judge it 2 days from now, and you have another engagement. How do you deal with it? So I asked the person with whom I was to meet on the Saturday evening to come and accompany me to the Hult Prize judging. And it turned out to be a wonderful evening. And of course, former President Bill Clinton was there. And well, the rest is history. I became a part of the Hult community and a part of what they are attempting to do, which converges so beautifully with my own strategic direction and how I think it is important to create hope and innovation and opportunity for young people. And therefore, I am grateful and honored and utterly delighted to be part of an engagement which involves so many young people from across the world, but particularly from Africa, and to help to steer or shepherd you, not only in a direction where you can get access to the resources available in the Hult Prize, or showcase what you have to offer so that other venture capitalists might identify and finance your product. And in fact, that's what happened that evening, that even those entries that we did not give the top prizes to, that judges overall were so impressed, and venture capitalists who were present were so impressed that they took the opportunity to fund or engage with several other entrepreneurs. So I'm asked to speak today to the issue of building resilience in difficult times. And I propose to deal with this in a sort of meandering kind of approach, where I am going to discuss it in generic terms, weave a sort of tapestry, and then come into the fiber of the fabric by zoning in then on the issue of resilience. Let me start then with young people, because so many of the Hult Prize winners and Hult entrants are young people, and that is the target market, the cohort, the demographic group that the Hult Prize tends to cater to. I want to start by making the point that before COVID, there were about 76 million young people in the world who were unemployed, and that youth unemployment ranged between 13% and above in some countries, and that the rate of youth unemployment globally was 3 to 4 times that of the adult population. And significantly, women are also amongst the primary numbers of people who are unemployed or underemployed or employed in unrecognized or unrewarded work, or who are under-rewarded for their work. And that across the world, women work for, depending on the region, between 50 to 80 cents to a man's dollar. So that if you are a young woman, then your chances of being uneducated, undereducated, poorly paid, and poor are significantly higher vis-a-vis the rest of the population. And it is significant that globally, we are choosing to ignore this very rich resource of women and young people. So that if we start to consider what are the strengths and characteristics of young people? First of all, they're not that bound to the status quo as the older folks like myself are. They're far more flexible, far more nimble. They tend to look for greater opportunities. They don't have the deep-seated roots that causes them to resist change. And their desire to disrupt. And I don't necessarily mean that in a pejorative context, but in the context that it is so often used now, their desire to disrupt, to effect transformational change and create new paradigms really is significant and very deeply entrenched in how they operate. They are creative, they are imaginative, they are innovative, and invariably they are determined to effect change and to see the world through a lens that we no longer see it, or even if we see it, don't seem to have the same degree of capacity to address. And it is in my view therefore significant when you look at what has happened with companies like Tesla, when you consider what has happened with Facebook, when you look at what has happened with Apple, when you look at gaming and the way Farmville and other games have transformed how people socialize and interact, when you look at the rise of technology. Now, several years ago, for instance, Amazon was a market disruptor. Amazon came to the marketplace. The originator of Amazon, Jeff Bezos, was a hedge fund manager, I think, very comfortable. And then he started this business in a garage. And people laughed at him because the whole notion of a business that had no bricks and mortar, which didn't carry any rolling stock, which you would have to go online to see. You couldn't go in and touch a physical product, and that somehow you were going to reach people and send products to people where, everywhere. It just seems so crazy. And I loved it just now when somebody said there are no crazy ideas. And I perhaps I'd like to say the crazier the idea, the better, because that has the potential to be therefore a significant market disruptor. Jeff Bezos is now one of the richest men in the world because he dared to disrupt the status quo. And he did it as a young man. Mark Zuckerberg, young. If you look at all of the pioneers in technology, a lot of the major disruptors, a lot of people who have brought transformational change have been very young. So that you are really well placed to take your crazy ideas and to make them multi-million and multi-billion dollar businesses. And what is significant about that opportunity is the fact that if you look at the businesses that become successful disruptors and transformational in the market and in the society, they are businesses which are people-centered, businesses which make it more convenient and more comfortable for human beings to live, socialize, and work. So that if you are creating a business that connects with how people live, with how people engage, with how people socialize, with how people work, then you are creating a product for which there is going to be demand. And if you look at how the marketplace has changed from single user to the care economy and the sharing economy, all of these are speaking of directions in which we are going. And if we talk about the future direction, then we are talking about the future of work. But the future of work isn't the future, because what we anticipated would be the future of work has now been accelerated by COVID. So COVID has created not just negatives, but market disruptions and social transformation in a way that we had not anticipated. And changes which we thought would have been in the future have been brought into the present by the existence of COVID. I read somewhere in the last week as I was preparing for something else that prior to COVID, 16 million Americans, 18 million Americans worked remotely. Today, 66 million Americans are working remotely. When you start to consider what that means to the marketplace, what it means to people who previously had rental spaces for offices, for storefronts, for restaurants, then you are beginning to understand how the market has changed, and it is not changing back. And that is a significant point that I want to make for young people here today, that many of us are waiting for normal to return. Many of us are waiting for things to change back, to go back to normal. That is not going to happen, because what you are looking at is a transformed society and economy, transformed by COVID, but now working for a lot of people. It is working for all of those women who wanted to be at home and to work irregular hours. It is working for all of the businesses that thought that their service or their goods could not be provided online or delivered online. It is working for them. They're recognizing that they need smaller office space. They're recognizing that there are significant savings in not having lots of people come into the workplace. And for those who are coming into the workplace, it is working for people who are selling sanitizers and doing cleaning businesses and who have delivery services, because all of those are the skills and the goods and the services that are needed in the transformed marketplace. And I think that it is critical that you start to ask yourself not when things will return to normal, but what will the post-COVID landscape and market look like? What are going to be the niches? What are going to be the opportunities? And what are going to be the gaps which will need to be filled so that businesses can continue and be serviced and be successful, so that women can have their hair or nails done? And I say that because previously, pre-COVID, we all went into the salon, we got really close to one another, we chatted a lot, we had our hair or nails done, and now there has to be separation. A lot of people are still not going out because they're afraid or they're nervous or they are concerned, so that perhaps salons can start going to people. And of course, people are going to be willing to pay a premium value for having you come home and give them their service. The nature of the business place and what the physical space in which we work will look like. So how do you design new business places and new market spaces and new office spaces? The salon, rather than opening at 9 o'clock in the morning and working till 6 o'clock in the evening, might start running a 24-hour service, because there are going to be people who are working on flexi time. They're going to be up. They want to come in when there are less people in the space. And because whatever your costs for carrying your office are, you now have reduced throughput. Because if you had 10 people in the salon at one time, previously, safety requirements mean that you can now only have 4. And therefore, you may have to work longer hours or have people come in. You may have to hire people who are coming in so that you can open your salon for a 24-hour service. And I am therefore attempting to give some of the practical, very simple kinds of changes that are taking place in the market in the marketplace, and the way we react to those changes, and the way we can leverage those changes in order to benefit ourselves and in order to work better. So what are the niche services? What are the niche products? What are the goods that are going to be required going forward? Because it is an absolute certainty that in very much the same way that 9/11, the attacks of 9/11 transformed travel, how we travel, security issues when we travel, personal security, national security, buildings, planes, access to planes, access to trains, putting motor vehicles on ferries, for instance. All of that was changed by 9/11, as well as, personal scanning and screening. And again, COVID is going to make or be as significant a disruptor or transformational force in the marketplace. And if you are to be part of the future, then you have to start to vision out what those changes are going to be and how you can capitalize on them. I want to make the point that often we tend to be northward looking for solutions to problems, to the problems of development, to the problems of digitizing, to the problems of social and economic engineering. And I think that the time has come when we have to recognize that there is a tremendous amount of solution finding, of social engineering, of answers being found in the South through South, and we must use South cooperation for this. I make this point because if you look, for instance, at the way COVID has impacted the global North, vis-a-vis how COVID has been managed and controlled in the global South, and the extent to which we have not had the kinds of impacts, particularly in Africa and the Caribbean, that we've seen in the UK, in Europe, and in the United States. And if you look to Kenya, for instance, to see what Kenya is doing with the digital economy, with e-commerce, with finance and banking, this clearly tells us that many of our solutions and many of our answers have to come through cooperation and collaboration in the global South. It tells us that we have to find an African diasporic community for financing, for engaging, for marketplace establishment. This is critical to how we go forward, that we don't just look northward, but that we look southward, and that we look southward in the context of an African diasporic development and even African diasporic wealth building. When capital is needed, do we tend to float bonds or look for angel investors from the global South? Do we look to the African diaspora? We don't. And this has got to be part of how we build out a new African economy. This is has got to be part of how we build wealth in the African diaspora. This has got to be part of how we redefine ourselves, that we pause, we look at where COVID has positioned us. We look, for instance, because it has happened at exactly the same time, the Black Lives Matter movement becomes a current and an undercurrent for transformation on which we can then build for greater opportunity. What are the cultural goods and services that we take for granted in the African diaspora, but which have value in the marketplace? Whether it is the fact of braiding, now everybody braids their hair, And I could give lots of other examples, but what are the strategic collaborations and arrangements that we need to put in place if we are to grow and develop? Another point I would wish to make is that within the Sustainable Development Goals exists opportunity for resilience building. And I say that because if you look at some of the thematic areas, digital economy, education, health, energy, water, what are the niches and what are the needs? Because the needs drive market demand. The needs determine the products that people are going to want to accept. And remember that I said earlier that the products you design need to be able to make life more comfortable, more enjoyable, more scalable, and more, it needs to help people better organize. And that really is the key. Niche and need. Those are the two drivers that will make the difference. So if you look at where some of the needs fall in Africa, then you will see, and in the developing world, then you will see where some of the niches are. And water. Water has to reach populations for quality of life. You cannot develop communities unless you have water. Girls in Muslim communities especially, girls cannot go to school unless they have access to proper sanitary facilities where the boys and the girls can be separated. Energy. You can't speak of a digital economy unless you first have access to energy. We were talking prior to COVID about access to cooktops, but now we recognize that the digital divide has the capacity either to derail the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals or to ensure the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals, because the digital divide, more than anything else, is now exacerbating the divide between rich and poor, between haves and have-nots. And even within the majority of computers and technology, for instance, in the United States, exist on the Eastern Seaboard. When you get into certain parts of the Midwest, you are talking about communities that are the equivalent to communities in developing countries. So the issue of access to technology, digitization cannot be addressed unless we first deal with the issue of energy access. So these are big, big gaps that need to be filled, around which there needs to be innovation and engineering. Equally, healthcare. I could speak to housing, but I'm going to focus on healthcare and education. Education for girls, and education I'm using here in the broad context, because even people who are educated have been finding that with what has happened with the technology coming out of COVID, the rapid acceleration in hardware, software, the use of technology, the way Zoom has taken off, for instance, as a platform for bringing people together, whether it's grandparents and grandchildren to have Sunday lunch, or whether it is a UN ambassador speaking now to an audience of young people and specialists across the globe. Zoom and other technology platforms and social media have assumed an extremely have assumed a significance in people's lives that we did not think of prior to COVID, and therefore what you're going to find is that unless we can not only access the technology and afford the technology and make the technology available to citizens everywhere, that this gap between rich and poor is going to be exacerbated to our detriment. Now, when I speak of the gap between rich and poor and the technology divide, we think that there is technology in some places and therefore the battle is won. But what we found, for instance, with schools was that as schools went to online platforms in certain countries and in certain parts of certain countries, it became far more difficult for teachers to cope. Yet teachers are very well qualified academically. So you see the point of how the digitization is changing and changing the way we do business, the way we live, and therefore not just that not only is there the need for access and availability and affordability, but there is a need for constant training and upskilling to keep even those people who are currently in the marketplace, to keep them viable and relevant and functioning as we move forward. I want to touch on the issue of leadership very briefly, because previously, and certainly what we are seeing is that with COVID, and it is significant that a lot of research done by, I think, Ernst & Young and other companies, and now coming out of COVID, there has been a suggestion and evidence that female-led countries have tended to perform better in the management of COVID than male-led countries. And I think that is significant because what we are learning, and that converges, I made the point about the research, that converges with some of the research that was available, which showed that female-led businesses tended to perform better than male-led businesses. They were better functioning and higher performing. Why? I think because the softer skills, what was discussed as softer skills, the nurturing skills of women, the skill sets that women bring to the marketplace, bring into the business place, bring to the way they approach their work, have proven to be effective in leading during difficult times and in leading in times of crisis, where we focus not necessarily on the data, not necessarily on the infrastructure, but on what people need and what people need to function, what people need to feel better, what families need, etc. So in filling the needs of the individual, the people needs, opportunity has been created and success has been created. And so the issue, therefore, of quality of life, dignity, and decent work become relevant and even more relevant in decent times. How do people find work that gives them dignity? What is their quality of life like when times get difficult? And how do we make decent work available? Work that has high value, not just to society and economy, but to the individual in terms of their sense of self-worth. Whenever there is a war, whenever there is a difficult period, you find that there is collapse on one end of the spectrum, but on the other end of the spectrum, there is growth and vibrancy. And I'm suggesting that in all difficult times, including in this particular period, we are seeing exactly the same phenomenon, that while there are businesses that are collapsing, either because they were not sufficiently flexible to adapt, or because they did not anticipate the challenges that were coming, or because they have not adapted themselves to address the challenges, they have not been able to function and they have collapsed, while or because they were just too large to be flexible, to move, to be fleet of foot, and to move at the time that they needed to. But at the same time, you are seeing an upsurge in other types of industries and other types of businesses because opportunity is being created. And we have to think of these difficult times in the context of all sea changes that happened in the past. The advent of electricity meant that men who walked about at night lighting gas lamps no longer had jobs. The advent of the motor car meant that people who shoed horses no longer and kept large stables no longer had jobs, but new jobs were created. And therefore, my suggestion here is to avoid depression and focus on development. And that is the strategic objective for all pioneers in difficult times. You do not focus on the dilemma of the moment. You focus on what is the development goal that humanity needs or the business needs. And that is the direction in which you move. I think too that we are seeing the need for more inclusive societies. One of the things that came out of COVID when we were all in lockdown is that we needed more family time. We needed more social time. We needed more time to engage with each other. And that was one of the things that COVID provided. And I think, therefore, that there is another opportunity. How do we create the kinds of spaces, virtual or otherwise, that allow people to better connect and to better engage both for work and socially. Now, I spoke to, I've been speaking to a number of threads of leadership, the kinds of skills that we might want to start to hone, creating opportunity out of adversity, the fact that there needs to be a South-South and an African diasporic movement for wealth building, wealth creation, and for financing opportunities. I spoke in the context of the capacity of youth to disrupt and to pioneer, whether it is new businesses or new business models out of innovation and creativity and imagination, and then ultimately for transformation. And I just want, because I think I'm coming up to my 45 minutes, to start to make now some points relative to resilience. Ultimately, resilience is about securing the future. And I started with young people because old people do not secure the future. We tend to secure ourselves. But I think that young people, in terms of how they disrupt, in terms of what they innovate, how they create, and their lack of ties to the status quo, are futuristic in their thinking and in the way they mobilize, in the way that they are motivated, and in the way that they tend to carry societies. And therefore, it is important if we are going to build resilience in difficult times, that we support our young people. And that is why I started at the point of youth. Now, I also made the point very early on about the level of youth unemployment. And therefore, I think that the future for young people is not in being employees, but in being entrepreneurs. All of the innovators whom I mentioned at the beginning were entrepreneurs. They could be flexible, they could pursue their own vision, they could develop their own ideas without the constraints of a boss saying, that is not what I want. Take your crazy ideas and pack them up because that is not my strategic direction, etc. If you consider that entrepreneurs, entrepreneurship, and small businesses across the globe add significant value to society and economy, and that is where a lot of change is coming. That is where a lot of creativity, a lot of imagination, a lot of innovation is taking place. Then the future of youth is in innovation. It is in entrepreneurship and not in the marketplace, not necessarily in the marketplace as employees. Sustainability is going to be about addressing issues related to energy and the digital economy, because the future of work is no longer the future. The future of work is here, and how we define the future marketplace really has to be done now, because those things that we anticipated would have happened in 20 to 30 years are already with us. So that building resilience in difficult times is about defining the future in the context of now, anticipating the future, preparing for it, but recognizing that the future is happening in the context of now. How does one build resilience in difficult times? One builds resilience in difficult times by having a vision of where one wants to go. You may discover something by accident, but invariably the change makers, the rain makers, are the ones who have a vision, even if nobody else grasps that vision. You have to have a vision, and then you have to work out how you finance the vision and how you implement the vision. Building resilience in difficult times requires flexibility. The businesses that have survived and done well are those that have seen opportunity and seized opportunity, that they have been flexible to realize that the tides around them are changing, and rather than resist the tide, they decided to go with it. And that requires flexibility. You can't say, this is the direction in which I was going. I'm not changing no matter what else is happening around me. You have to not only anticipate the future, have a vision of the future, but then when the tide starts to shift, you have to be able to get into that current and swim. And you have to have sustainability. Sustainability. Your product has to be able to be sustained around the changes. And I go back to Zoom because that's the platform we are using today. Nobody anticipated, or very few people anticipated, the sustainability of Zoom in a changed business and social market. I think one of the areas that I have omitted, and I'm going to put it under the area of sustainability, because issues of energy also automatically excite issues relative to renewable energy. And you cannot think in terms of sustainability, in terms of where we are going in the future, unless you also consider environmental impacts and climate change, which remains a huge issue for Africa, for small island developing states like my own. I'm from Barbados, so I'm a Caribbean national and a child of the African diaspora. We have to consider what are the impacts of climate on our long-term markets and our long-term quality of life, because that there again lies greater needs and greater niches. And finally, I think that the issue of building resilience in difficult times means being able to persevere. Half of life has to do with perseverance, that we can determine if we are going to fold in the context of the pressures, or we can determine if we are going to sit back, look at what is happening, and then position ourselves to maximize the opportunities. Building resilience in difficult times really requires a number of skill sets that's not beyond us, but are very much the kinds of skill sets that young people have and have quite naturally. I believe that entrepreneurship is the way and the wave, not just of the present as we are seeing in this market, but of the future. And when we consider what the post-COVID landscape will look like, I bet that it is going to be dominated by visionary entrepreneurs, some of whom are present here today. And I have been very grateful for the opportunity to engage with you and to share a few thoughts and to hear some of your own about this whole issue of how we survive and succeed in this very difficult period. Thank you so much, and every success to all of you.
Everyone's clapping. Everyone's clapping. Wow. Wow.
They are polite. They are polite. Thank you.
Oh, no, not polite at all. That was, I mean, I have like a page of notes over here. Amazing, amazing. Barrington, are you there?
I'm here.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah, Barrington, what would you like to say?
Wow, this has been amazing. This has been amazing, and you know we are going through difficult times. Like the whole world is going through difficult times right now, and just hearing and also just listening to Ambassador Lims Thompson's speech, like this is so motivating, and we can't give up. We can't give up. It's so inspiring from the speech and everything. We really appreciate. Yeah, and I would also just like to thank the Hult Prize Foundation for giving us this opportunity as Hult Prize Zambia Community. We did appreciate, like, they gave us an opportunity, they believed in us, and as Hult Prize Zambia Community, we brought up this kind of masterclass. And thank you so much to the Hult Prize Zambia Community team and also the Dream Factory team. Like, without you guys, we couldn't have done this, but we are here now, and we appreciate, and we would also like to appreciate the host, of course, the Red Carpet Empress. Thank you so much. And the big shout out to my Global Summit and also the Full Color Movement, and also to the speakers, to the co-host, of course, Mr. Kambwili. Thank you so much for the support and for being one of the masterminds behind this masterclass and planning through Simulated Learning Solutions Zambia. Thank you so much. And to the speakers, of course, and thank you so much. Thank you so much. And this couldn't have been possible without the speakers, and we really appreciate for your time, and also our guest speaker. Thank you so much once again. And just to add as well, this is just the beginning. This is our first ever annual Social Entrepreneurship MasterClass event in Zambia. And thank you so much for everything. And even next year, we are coming again. We are coming bigger and bigger next year. We are looking forward for doing this kind of masterclasses, like physically in Zambia, South Africa, USA, everywhere across the world. This is just the beginning, and this is our festival. Even next year, we are coming back, and also to announce to every Hult Prize, everyone who was watching, thank you so much for creating your time and everything, and thank you so much as well, for creating your time. And if you are affiliated to the Hult Prize, we are doing the Hult Prize regionals in Zambia next year. Please choose Zambia and come and see what we have in Zambia. All these amazing speakers you've been seeing here, some of them are already going to be one of us among the judges. We appreciate, and thank you so much. I'm so we've been run out of words.
Well, Liz Thompson, yes, honorary doctor. You're like, well, I'm not a doctor, but you are to me. That was just so amazing. Like I said, I took a lot of notes, and you talked about anticipating and adapting, and just so many great nuggets for anyone of any age. And this is specifically targeted at the young entrepreneurs, but anyone can use all of what you said. And then you brought in history and how people did not adapt and companies did not adapt, and see where they are today. So I'll definitely be listening to this again. And I encourage everyone to go back to all of our speakers, and especially, this, and listen to exactly what it was that was stated. It will help you in life and in your business. And so we do still have a number of comments that are coming in on Facebook, and we'll have more on other platforms. And could you just share with us once again how people can get in touch with you?
Yeah, sure. I am Liz Thompson at foreign, FOREIGN, .gov, .bb. Liz Thompson, L-I-Z, Liz Thompson at foreign.gov.bb, or you can find me on LinkedIn. That's probably the best place to look for me if you wanted to look for me on a social media platform. I don't do Instagram. I'm not that young. Yeah, so that's the best way to get me. I'm available on email, and I'm happy to respond to any requests, and if you contact me at LinkedIn as well. Yeah, so thank you. Thank you, Barrington. You were very persistent in getting me to join the Zambia outreach, and I am delighted to meet Crystal and all the rest of you, so thank you.
Yes, thank you.
And for those who are interested, the flags in the background are the UN flag, which everybody is probably most familiar with. And this flag is the flag of the Caribbean community. The Caribbean community, we call ourselves CARICOM. And this is the Barbados flag on my right. You may be interested to learn that two things, that the Caribbean community is setting up a Caribbean office in Kenya, so that when I speak about diasporic outreach and wealth building and financing and so on, there's going to be a Caribbean office there, as well as the fact that the African and Caribbean ambassadors here at New York, ambassadors to the UN, all African countries and all Caribbean countries have established a new group called AFCAR, of course, African Caribbean, so that we can build on our diasporic linkages, on our strengths, that we can leverage our numbers so that we can better negotiate within the context of the UN and get more for the peoples of our regions. So that relationship severed at slavery, now that we really are more conscious, we have to rebuild it, and rebuild it in a structured and systematic and conscious way. And I'm glad to be part of that process. And it is in that context that I also locate my remarks today as very much part of that outreach and part of the African diaspora.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, Alid, what did you think about today?
I was just about to say that it's been a great day, and what an ending to the day. I mean, just as I saw Baron run out of words, I ran out of paper in writing in writing points that were coming there. But I mean, at the end of the day, I picked two words. I need a vision and I need to sustain it. And I think that that's very key to most of the visions that we have, whether it be young or old. But it's been a great day, so much points, so much shared. And as Byron has said, it's just a beginning. We are coming.
Yes, yes, indeed. And a number of people on here, and even one of our last comments has to do with the word resilience. Resilience, so key. And I'm personally going to go back to those two words of anticipate and adapt. That just kind of like captured me when that was said, Ms. Liz. So really thank you for that. And we also have two of our speakers that are still on with us. Any final comments or thoughts on today? Sunita?
This was great. Great. I'm glad they actually sticked up to the end because it's always inspiring to listen to great minds. And Liz, you were inspiring. And I'm also glad to meet people who I know from a year ago. Like, so meeting Justina and Barrington again is also quite quite nice. It feels good. You feel connected even though you are sitting in your in your office in your home. So it actually feels that human connection. And thank you for putting up this great show, Christelle and Alid. Hope we are here together to inspire our tomorrow together. So hope to do this more often, and maybe be that small keg in effecting change for a better world.
Yeah, and some of the comments that we've gotten, Barrington, has to do with more people sharing about the startups and exactly, how did they raise the funds? Not just in generality, they want to have exact specifics, and then also maybe even having some other, younger folks that are out there and doing it. You had like some really great people on of various ages, but there's some comments here that we'll make sure that we'll be going over, because we want all of you all to know who are watching right now, or if you catch the replay, or if you catch it on YouTube whenever it's posted. Share your comments, share your questions, and those will go to Barrington and go to Hult Prize so that they can plan for the next time, not necessarily next year. It might be that, some things happen even before then, because Barrington, a number of people have said, they want more, not that this is just an annual event. So you'll have to think about that and hear your audience. Remember, somebody said that, listen to the voice of the customer. So you might have to give the people what they want.
Yeah, sure.
And Dr. Justina, do you have any final comments for us?
Oh, just to say thank you very much for inviting me, and congratulations on such a brilliant event. All the speakers had important points that they brought across, and also thank you very much for such a thought-provoking presentation from the ambassador. Thank you to everyone.
Excellent. And Barrington, you are up for final words.
Yeah. So we're just wrapping up like our Social Entrepreneurship MasterClass. Let me also thank like people created time to come and watch, and throughout, like it's 4 hours now. The duration is now 4 hours. Like, thank you so much for everything. And you can check out Hult Prize Foundation, like hultprize.org. You can check out, and please join the Hult Prize, because that's where we are raising the next wave of social entrepreneurs. Social entrepreneurship is the future, and we believe it is through creating opportunities for other people that we create opportunities for ourselves and help to develop our communities. And that can only be done through social entrepreneurship, and Hult Prize is the home of social entrepreneurship. Please join Hult Prize, apply to be a campus director from your campus, from your university, wherever you are. And also you can just check out most of our works we do in the Hult Prize, like we work with students, and we believe brilliant minds are in colleges and universities as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, I believe that that is a wrap for today, gentlemen. Any last information about how people can get in touch with you, Barrington and Hult Prize?
Sure. So you can like I use the same name on also on all social media platforms. It's Barrington Chungulo, the same name that is showing on the screen on Facebook, Instagram, also LinkedIn. Yeah, I mostly use these three social media channels. So you can check me out, and you can connect from there. And we have a lot of opportunities also from the Dream Zambian organization, also which yeah. So you can connect each other from those platforms. And please check out the Hult Prize Foundation, hultprize.org, like, and apply to be a campus director. And yeah.
Excellent. And Alid, how can they get in contact with you?
Yeah, same with Barrington. I use my same name, Zalid Kambiri, on Facebook and LinkedIn. I think LinkedIn will be the best platform there. You can get me. And yeah, looking forward to connect with a number of people and see how we can move on. We've started on a good note. I think there's more, as you said, that we can do. There's an outcry there from young and the old that they need and want this to be a regular event. So we'll go back to the drawing board and for sure listen to what they say and design something for the future.
Excellent, excellent. And my name is Crystal Richardson. I am the Red Carpet Empress of myglobalsummit.com. That's myglobalsummit.com. You can also find me on LinkedIn under my name, Crystal Richardson, or find out more about me on crystalrichardson.com. It has been a pleasure to help and provide this event for you today. And please share the link, share this Facebook link while it's there, as well as you'll be getting more information on the various YouTube channels that it will also be on. And a number of you have asked about educational opportunities, that you want more educational opportunities through this initiative with Hult Prize. And so we will make sure that we post information on this platform for Facebook. The event will stay there for at least a bit. And so make sure that you continue to check back to get more information. And we really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barrington.
Thank you so much, and have a lovely night, evening, afternoon. Yeah.
Yes, all of that, right? This is a world-class event, so it's people of all different kind of time zones. So thank you.
Indeed.
All right.
Bye.